Boom! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
What can we say? Just get ready for it. We can say, I love New York. We all love New York. And after we saw what happened yesterday, man, New York is a jaw-dropping place to go bass fishing. We'll fill you in on that if you were not with us yesterday here on Bassmaster Live as we take you down to the St. Lawrence River, Clayton, New York. And a big weigh-in yesterday. Tommy Sanders here with Davey Height, and it was hard to believe. I mean, it was like the universe all coming together for our little universe of bass fishing, for sure.
Absolutely, Tommy. It's really amazing how we come to New York each and every year and keep saying, this place keeps getting better and better. How can it keep getting better? Well, how it can keep getting better? If you watched weigh-in yesterday, you certainly know. Unbelievable. 61 bags, 20 pounds or more. I mean, in studio, we thought, man, this is incredible. An event, it'll be 40 bags of 20 pounds. We weren't even close.
No. And yeah, we were laughing about that. We were so laughably far off the mark there. But look at these guys like Kobe Krieger, 25 pounds plus. You had to have 25 pounds, say, for one person to be in the top 10.
Yeah, we're talking about being on camera. Normally, you're like, if you get over 20 pounds, you're going to maybe have a camera in the boat, and you have 25, and you're still going to be needing to do some work tomorrow or today. So what an incredible deal. A couple of fish over 6 pounds. Jacob Fouts, 27.15, the biggest individual Elite Series bag of all smallmouth ever.
Well, can it happen again today? There was Jacob Fouts right there, almost 28 pounds. No way to tell if it can happen again today, but we have got basically the same conditions. And Davey, what to you was the single most important condition yesterday that led to this incredible performance?
I think the weather was just so kind to them yesterday, and you look at them running out to the lake today, and it's just going to be just as good, maybe even better. There's zero wind, and I've fished there a lot. We've covered a lot of tournaments there through the years. This is a boat dock. I think this is someone's boat wake that maybe came
that
through.
Was the one exception right there.
But on the lake and on the river, to see those slick, calm conditions, I'm telling you, it is so hard to see that one day, let alone several days in a row, and it looks like just as good, maybe even better today.
All right, the basics are we have, again, 90 anglers, the full field out there fishing again today, gunning for 47 spots on Saturday, on semifinal Saturday. It will be a fight, and you know, although our weights extended, our 20-pound bags extended to 61st. You got to think that even the guys below there know that what the ceiling is. It may be easier than ever to recover and possibly even make it to the top 10 from out of the top 60.
Yeah, this is really unheard of, Tommy. I mean, you've been covering these events for a very long time, just like I have, participating or covering. You don't see events where it could take you over 20 pounds to just make the 50% cut, to make the check in the elites, to have to be 40 pounds or more. You do not see that but once every 10 years or so, but it's going to happen today. You're going to have 40 pounds plus.
And normally you slip up and you're in last place, but 14 pounds was last place. I mean, that's a number that you'll take 14 pounds on average every day of the elite season and be okay with going home with that. And to this week, 90th.
Take a look at the leaderboard right now. 2 Wisconsin-based anglers there. Jay Shakurat on top early on. The first hour of fishing still underway here. Caleb Kufal in second place, former winner on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Won here last year. The defending champion Taku Ito in third. Kobe Krieger lives in Florida, but he's got a Michiana sort of Great Lakes background as well. So keep your eye on Kobe Krieger. Gerald Swindle having a good tournament. Matt Airy making a quick move up the leaderboard. Again, just perfect conditions. Beautiful, beautiful place, singular place. No place like it on the face of the earth. The St. Lawrence River and the adjacent Lake Ontario. And you make your decision in many ways, I guess, Davey, to go whether you're going to fish on the lake based on the weather. Looks like we got some guys headed that way.
Yeah, what a great shot there. That's the St. Lawrence River headed out to Lake Ontario. And I hate to keep saying this, but over 25 years of being there, fishing there so many times, you do not see that very often at all. But they've got perfect conditions today. And I hate to go out on a limb, but I think the catches will be just as good as they were yesterday. Absolutely phenomenal.
Well, we are in for a treat. We're just going to have to let the fishing do the talking today, and it spoke volumes yesterday. Incredible hummingbird bird's eye view. We retreated some incredible bird's eye views yesterday. Again, the super clear water, the very flat conditions. We were able to see things like we have never seen them before. As we say, the takeoff took place, well, it started about an hour ago. Our anglers are mostly in place and fishing right now. Let's take you out to the leader. Progressive Angler of the Year points, Brandon Pollining. Starting this day in 6th place, 25-3. he caught yesterday.
Well, it's been, I mean, we don't have the start that I was expecting. I thought this was a place I could come to and catch like 20 to 22. I wouldn't say easy, but I felt pretty good about it. And it's like those fish have just disappeared. Thankful that we caught that big 6. And she was out a little bit deeper, so I don't know if maybe the lack of wind has pushed some of the bigger fish out a little bit deeper. That's potential. But yeah, I'm not seeing the amount of fish around here that I was. Which makes me a little nervous.
Oh my God.
But we still have a long day and we're gonna be able to run around, which is nice. You just gotta have faith that you're gonna run into them at some point. And you're gonna hit enough places where that you're gonna land on that school that's gonna be active and you're gonna be able to catch them. That's what I need to see. Like, I don't sit in one place very often, smallmouth fishing. Like, you see me moving, weaving, like I'm using the Ultrex the whole time, just constantly trying to get around. And then once I see them, like start seeing groups of fish, then I'll slow down. But if you're not seeing them, it's just because they're not there. Like, we've got all the technology. I'm either gonna see them on Mega 360 or Mega Live or 2D. And if I'm not seeing them on any one of those 3, it's just because they're not there. Yeah, there may be a few tucked in places, but like there's not a big group of them there. Something right there.
Yesterday morning, and fished here a lot longer than I had planned to. Well, you know, I got here to my deal where I started yesterday and caught a pretty good one, 4 something right off the bat. Second cast, I think. I've caught one more since. Definitely a lot slower here this morning than it was yesterday morning. Because even yesterday, if I didn't catch one, I'd have, you know, several followers, and haven't even had the first follower yet today. But the 2 I got are, you know, 2 of the right ones. So I'm, you know, gonna plug around here for a little bit longer, then I'm gonna head out to the lake. One good thing is I got an old party barge there fishing and they haven't caught one yet, so maybe that means they're just not here this morning. A little different conditions. Yesterday we had a little bit of a breeze. Today it's dead slick. But I mean, they'll still bite my jerkbait. But they gotta be here to bite it, and they just may not be here yet. So I'm gonna fish out a little deeper on the next pass up. If I don't catch anything, we're gonna go to the lake and try to fill my limit with 4+ pounders, and then go on. Definitely slower though than what it was yesterday. Well, you know, pressure. You know, I don't know how many people fished here yesterday after I left. Like I said, I think it has to do maybe with a little bit of the wind, not blowing at all, slick, calm conditions. Because I still saw some fish down there. Not as many as yesterday, but I still saw some. So they're there. They're just not active. I mean, not near as active as what they were yesterday for sure. And I would say that's probably has to do with the conditions, maybe a little bit of pressure from yesterday from people fishing. But
Toby Krieger, been fishing with the Elite Series since 2015, veteran of many years of professional bass fishing. Paul Mueller, been fishing with the Elite Series longer than that.
Just kind of looking around, and there's a couple more competitors fishing around me this morning. I started here yesterday and just caught a few and left. And I'm seeing some. I haven't seen a ton, but right now there's a lot of gobies in this area. So they're up feeding on these gobies. And basically what I'm doing is I'm just scanning around with my Garmin Live Scope and pretty much sight fishing with my electronics. So yesterday it seemed like they were a little bit higher, so you could see them. If they're real tight to the bottom, you can still see them, but you get a little close to them, or closer than you want to be. The key is to be off the fish. If I can stay within, you know, if I'm 50, 60 feet away from those fish, I'm too close. If I can get 70, 80 foot, make a long cast, you know, chances are I'm going to get that fish to bite. So that's the whole deal. You got to be kind of stealth, the same way you would if you're fishing shallow and you're sight fishing with your glasses. I'm kind of doing that just slightly out. And yeah, they're definitely boat shy, and they're presentation shy too. I mean, so there's a window in the morning here I got to capitalize where you're going to get more bites, and then the wind's probably going to slick off, and they're going to get tougher to catch as the day goes on. So you really got to make hay in the morning and then just upgrade a little bit each hour or whatever. But we'll see. We got one decent one. That's got to be my smallest fish. It's 4 1/4. That literally has to be my smallest fish to do well here. I'm going to have some big ones too. So we'll see what happens.
Paul Mueller, two-time Elite Series winner. Big day yesterday for him as well.
I did. Son of a gun.
25-9.
Alrighty.
As our leader to start the day, the former college national champion, the classic qualifier Jacob Fouts.
We had a good day yesterday. I had almost 28 pounds. Caught everything pretty quick. I got to go practice really the rest of the day. Started this morning here where I started yesterday, and it's not gone my way this morning. Broke one off that was probably 5 pounds, and had another one, I don't know, 3.5 pounds, just come up and nip at my fly, and had him hooked for a second. He just pulled off. But they're acting a little weird this morning for some reason. They're just following this fly around. They don't really want to commit to it. I don't know why that is. Could just be this. They can see so good. They get such a good look at it. But we're gonna keep plugging away. We'll run into them eventually. It's just one of those deals. You cover enough water, you run into them eventually. Here, this place is plumb full of smallmouth, so it's just a matter of time.
It's so different.
It does seem like these shallow ones
They're miles apart, but it looks so different. A slight chop on the water versus zero. Those fish, you can trick them a lot better with just a little slight chop on the water. You see their difference between Jacob and Jay right there. And those fish out a little deeper, they'll come up off the bottom more if you have that chop than you do the slick conditions. The other factor is the bait. If you get real slick conditions, the bait will come up and the smallmouth will come up a little too high, a little higher than you actually want to try to catch them. So even though we've got perfect conditions, it can be different. It's a great picture right here with these two anglers, how different it can be. You know, a pretty good chop there on the right, and on the left, just glass. And that's why a lot of those fish will just follow your bait when you have those just totally slick conditions like you see there with Jacob Fouts.
And Jacob caught his weight by 9:30 yesterday.
Yes.
He said at the weigh-in, he said everything
Yeah, it's
together came together in a way it
quick start to
just
the morning.
never
I already got a
does.
limit.
It never happens that way. Yet it did.
Not for what I want. I only got one fish in the box right now that I want to bring to the weigh-in. The other 4 got to go still. But it's been a great start. My fish are still here, and they're still biting, so I'm gonna try and see if I can get what I can get and get the next right 4, and then after that I'm gonna give these fish a break. But we'll see if I can get my other 4 in a timely manner, so. But so far so good.
Secure it, along with Jacob Fouts, one of our great rookie performers. Jay's made 4 cuts out of 6 tournaments so far this year. This is an incredible guy.
Yeah, Tommy, and Ronnie, we talked about early in the year, how will he perform when we go up north? I think he answered that question yesterday.
Yeah. I think Such said it's going to have to go through Shakira with the next 2 events, but this was going to be the one that was interesting. We saw Redwine catch him as well, Fouts. And if somebody like Joseph Webster slips up like he did a little bit yesterday, I mean, the door is wide open here. That's what's crazy is you could catch 20 pounds here and miss the cut and lose all of your lead, lose a classic spot, drop back down the AOI list, and you didn't do anything wrong. You got 40 pounds for 2 days and you're going home.
It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Fouts gained a little yesterday. He's at 470, Shakira 16 points better.
Secure didn't catch him as quick as Fouts. He wasn't done by 9:30. He really, his fish moved on him from practice until yesterday. But when he found where they had moved to, he was done in short order also. Left them real early in the day yesterday.
I like the guys, Davey, that don't do it all in the first hour, and they kind of stretch it out all day because it makes our job a little bit easier. We know there's more in store.
Like a Chris Johnson yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Catch a 6-pounder late in the
Catches
day.
his biggest bass the last 30 minutes, keeps us going high and away, and I mean, we're flying high.
Well, if we haven't done it so far, we want to welcome you to Bassmaster Live on this. It's always an incredible fishing trip when we go to the Empire State of New York, and the St. Lawrence River, of course, is the gem of all of them. And the way it performed, Davey Height, Ronnie Moore, Mike Sukan, the way it performed yesterday, you keep thinking it can't get any better year to year, but it just keeps getting better year to year.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. I mean, if you know the history of the St. Lawrence River over the last 25 years, 14 pounds was a good limit 25 years ago. I mean, you could be leading the tournament, the Bassmaster event on St. Lawrence River 25 years ago with 14 pounds. Yesterday, they got you last place.
Last place with 14 pounds. You guys said it already, 61 bags over 20 pounds, 9 of them over 25. Absolutely incredible. We mentioned it. Jacob Fouts, his 27-15, the biggest smallmouth, all smallmouth bag in Elite Series history and only second all-time in bass history. I think Chuck Economou still has that record from Pickwick in 1999, 28 pounds. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw someone catch 28 today. I mean, the St. Lawrence continues to break our minds every time we come here.
All right, from here in the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, where we'll be here until 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Let's get back out onto the St. Lawrence. We don't know when these guys are going to find them again today, but boy, when they find them, it's going to be extraordinary.
Yeah, Brandon Polnick put a 6-pounder already this morning. Hasn't caught the numbers he wanted, but I would trade, and this sounds a little weird, but I would trade 5 4-pounders for 1 6-pounder this early in the morning on this day, because the 6-pounder is what you need. You catch 5 4-pounders, you're in 60th place yesterday.
You catch a 6-pounder, that's the only way you're going to be up over, 26, 27 pounds. That's just such a. You see how many 5-pounders are in the St. Lawrence River as we see them hooked up with a smallmouth. There's so many 5s, but catching a 6 separates you from everyone.
Oh boy.
No.
What the deal with that is? And it ain't a big one, but I'd have loved to have had her. What the deal is? got her again. It's a damn big one. I think that's the same one I just had hooked. Not as big as I thought when it jumped. I'd like to have her though. I can't tell how big they are. I can't ever tell how big they are until I grab them. I think it's close to 4. There's no quit in them, that's for sure. That's a big one. Come off. As soon as I grabbed her, she come off. I'm gonna weigh it. Probably close to 4-pounder. Ain't no great big one. But you gotta start somewhere. But I'm pretty sure that's the same one I just had hooked and come off.
I bet it's right after what
She's really not that heavy. 4-pounder.
Well, Jacob Fouts took him about 3 tournaments to get his feet under him in his rookie season here, and what a tear he has been on since then. A 3rd, a 28th, and a 4th the last outing at Pickwick Lake, and he is on top of that leaderboard in a still close race there. As Ronnie mentioned, Jay Security, Joseph Webster, who had the lead coming in here, could change that thing over the course of 2 days, maybe even 1 day. We just don't know what's going to happen. What, again, a tremendous crew of rookies out here with the Bassmaster Elite Series. We've got 90 Elite Series anglers today trying to make the cut. We'll be right back.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats, and by Bass Pro Shops.
Hey guys, Jay Shakur. We just finished up day 1 on the St. Lawrence River. Had an incredible day out there. Had just under 27 pounds, which was pretty ridiculous for this place. I mean, there's 28, 29, 30 pounds swimming out here, and 3 more days to go. Hopefully I make the top 10, but I'm catching majority of my fish on a drop shot, a half shell straight king in green pumpkin purple, and then paired with a Wu Tungsten 3/8 ounce weight. You know, it's pretty much a staple for anywhere in the north, a good drop shot bait, and dropping it on their heads is one way I love to catch them.
Timely Bass Pro Shops top lures there with Jay Shakur. Jay Shakur has been on top already today. Currently, he's in 2nd place, the Wisconsin native, as we are in day 2 of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite here on the St. Lawrence River. Still reeling in the wake of an incredible day number 1, which just sort of outstripped anyone's expectations from a place that, you know, you come to and expectations are through the roof before you even hit the state. Man, oh man, what a day it was yesterday, but today is a different day. And there's another Wisconsin guy, Bob Downey from Hudson, Wisconsin, on top of our leaderboard now. So Wisconsin natives occupying the top 2 spots. Corey Johnson, solid as a rock, great day yesterday. He's in 3rd place. And Wisconsin's Caleb Kufal in 4th place.
Absolutely incredible. This early in the morning on day 2, we've got several anglers over 40 pounds.
Great start today for Brandon Polnick. We saw him pulling in a 6-pounder.
What are you, like
start?
a 3-pounder? Ooh. Got angry at him. I don't even know if you're a 3-pounder. We're gonna find out, though, aren't we, bud? Hey, 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 hey. No, he's not even a 3-pounder. You're not even 3 pounds. You're just a little guy. Dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Two and a half. Come in here. He ain't even that big, I don't think. I want to get that other one. He ain't even that big, he's just spunky. Look at this thing. Big. There's a great old big one with. I'll make sure I don't spook that other one. Oh man, they let that little one bite. I saw a huge one on the live scope. That one snatched it before that other one could get at it. It's probably a 3-pounder. It's gonna get cold. It'll have to get cold. Yeah, there was a real big one. I think maybe 3 of them. I couldn't tell. As soon as I threw it, I could see him, follow it on the live scope. I knew it was a done deal. You said, "What's going on?" I said, before I could even say anything, I set the hook. Yeah. What's going on here? Well, stand by. Stand by. Man, I'd like to get that. That fish don't do me any good at all. That's the disappointing thing. You want to capitalize on those big marks. I could tell when he jumped too. I'm like, that ain't a good one. You could just tell.
I can hear it.
But boy, they fight like crazy. Freaking took me forever to get that fish in. I guess your minor goals that you set, obviously you kind of don't even think about that, but the minor goal is to make the cut. That's probably 17 pounds. So, I guess think about that. But I'm thinking about getting 5 to 5.
Paul Mueller, the fishing guide from Connecticut, notched his first win at Lake Lanier in Georgia. A couple of years ago, he won at the St. Johns River down in Florida. And Fouts hooked up.
I don't think it's that big. I can feel my line sawing on her teeth. She's got it swallowed.
We talked a little bit yesterday about anglers fishing around one another and how over a 4-day event that could be trouble and just running through the fish. And we've heard a couple of anglers this morning saying, I think maybe some other people fished here yesterday after I left. Jacob Fouts said he saw 2 boats, 2 tournament boats yesterday, all day long.
Wow.
That's a good spot to be in. to be leading the event and not have other fishermen anywhere around you.
That is so often a component of a victory.
Yes.
in
Yeah.
Bassmaster
Yes.
Elite Series. How about last tournament, for example?
Yes.
Yeah.
I should have got choked.
But mainly because it does not happen very often anymore. These guys are so
yeah.
good at finding those bigger fish and those schools of fish, whether you're on the Tennessee River or the
Little
St.
guy,
Lawrence
gonna have to
River.
get rid of him here real quick.
You better
Yeah,
count your blessings
2
when you're
3/4 pounds, probably.
catching quality fish and not have other anglers around you.
Yes.
I think Bernie Schultz mentioned that he pulled up on a shallow area and he was between Seth Fider and Brandon Polinick, and he knew that that area was not going to last for more than just a day, but
He don't
how
look
good
like
they
he's 3
were.
pounds, does he?
I haven't seen anybody pull back up to that spot out of that trio, so.
They just look different here, don't they?
They're built like tanks. There's no doubt about it.
Funny, the closest guy to Fouts is Bob Downey.
That other one over there is definitely a 4. After seeing that one looked tiny in the water. I knew that one was going to bite because she ran my fly down twice and wanted to eat it, but didn't quite commit to it. I think it was spawning right there.
Sound like a broken record each and every year, bragging on the rookie class, the next rookie class that comes along, and how much more they seem to have to offer every year. And boy, these two guys are a great example of the class of 22, the rookie class, Bassmaster Elite Series 2022. Jacob Fouts and Jay Shakura, and we can sort of stack them up side by side with our Mercury Dare to compare.
Yeah, absolutely. You look, Jay got off to a phenomenal start there at the Harris Change. And like you mentioned earlier, Tommy, it took Jacob Fouts a couple tournaments to kind of get his sea legs under him, so to speak. And man, you just look, a 3rd place at Chickamauga, not bad at all there. Lake Fork, 28th place, and then 4th place at Pickwick, and a great start here for both of them today. So obviously 2 great anglers. There's no surprise. Ronnie, you've kept up with their college careers. No surprise seeing them do so well here on the Elites.
Yeah, and Jay, even before the Harris Chain, this is just the last 5 events of our season, and this is stop number 7, so excluding the St. Johns River in this graphic, but Jay Shakir got up to a great start there as well and made hay in Florida. Florida's such a tough place for even the most seasoned Florida anglers to stay consistent on, so Jay did a lot of his work early. Not saying he slipped off, but like you said, it went right back into Fouts' wheelhouse on the Tennessee River, big baits, southern fish, deep water fishing for largemouth, and it's worked out for Fouts. But now, seeing him kind of counterpunch Jay Shakiri yesterday, and they both did well, it's going to go all the way to the Mississippi River.
Yeah,
even with Joseph Webster in the mix, not even going to count him out yet.
Well, this is a tank.
Looks like a
right
better
here.
one, huh?
Yes.
Oh, boy.
I think I might have to throw her back. I think she's hooked outside the mouth. Yep. Dadgummit.
That's a big one too, Davey.
That's a real big one. And let's look.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
I don't know, you tell me. It could go both ways.
That's on the lip, man. I mean,
Tough call there because the way the fish is hooked.
It could be both ways.
Legally,
really.
it has to be, if you close mouth at the points in or out, that's how you know. But right on the corner like that, there's like that little fatty meat there. Smart for him if he really has doubts to release the fish.
And he did end up releasing that. I mean, that was just moments ago before we go to commercial, and that's a move of integrity for the leader. That's his biggest fish of the day too.
Yes.
Making a gray area judgment call on yourself. Boy, tough break right there for the man who started with the lead. The man with the lead right now is Bob Downey, 22, almost 23 pounds in the first hour and a half of fishing. Jay Shakurit hanging in there in second place with Corey Johnson and last year's defending champion, Taku Ito, in fourth. Be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Pretty much become an annual trip and much look forward to our venture to the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, sort of the eastern end of the giant St. Lawrence Seaway as it's known, that starts all the way back in Lake Superior, Duluth, Minnesota, and drains all the Great Lakes drainage out into the Atlantic. Let's take a look at Progressive Elite Series Angler of the Year points right now. Brandon Palnick, very good job yesterday, actually extending his lead over John Cox. David Mullins, third. Brandon Lester, our winner last time out at Pickwick Lake, and Chris Johnson, who's out there laboring hard, one of the favorites here on Ontario and the St. Lawrence. And you said it before we started here, Davey, that Brandon catching that 6-pounder today is yet worse news for everyone else who would want to grab that very valuable trophy at the end.
Yeah, and if you never fished the St. Lawrence River, you might not realize that 6-pounder means so much. It would be a very, very tough day for Brandon Palnick not to feel his limit with good solid fish. But looking here at Minn Kota, unlock the lake. Boy, we got about 100 miles, isn't it right? About 100 miles of the St. Lawrence River they can legally fish. And then you go out to the lake and you see a lot of the leaders, a lot of the anglers are in the lake, but not way out in the lake. The mouth of the river is one of the most fertile areas that the smallmouth really love to hang in that area. You have a big current change there. So much of these smallmouth, whether you're down south on the Tennessee River or up on the St. Lawrence River, current affects where they live and how they feed and how they set up. So you'll see a lot of the anglers from Clayton, New York, out into the mouth of Lake Ontario.
This is the biggest playing field we've ever had because you're right, Davey, from basically the Moses Saunders Power Dam up in Messina, to the east of Waddington where our normal boundary, all the way to the entrance of the lake is 110 miles. Plus, we have Lake Ontario to play.
Palnick hooked up again.
It's not a giant. Yeah, he's not. Make number 5. I don't think that was out of that group of fish, though. I think that was one that I just saw sitting on the bottom on the live. Come on. You can see him down there, way down there. Just digging. Gosh, you're not that big. These ones are getting smaller as they get closer to my hand.
I guess the one disappointing thing about catching a 6-pounder early in the morning is all the rest of them don't seem that big. No. For the rest of the day.
We still don't even have enough to make the cut yet. Not even close. Even with a 6-pounder. Come on, girl. She just beat up, like she looks all nasty, like she's turning colors, but I think she's just beat up and old.
Girl.
Mm-hmm. She is.
2.5 pounder. We're like not in the right quality of stuff right now.
Brandon Polnick with 5, 1 giant and 4 that don't have the respect that you just mentioned there, David.
That's right.
Over to Jay Shakira.
Getting close to the time of day that he caught most of his weight, about mid-morning yesterday.
I think this is a big one. Oh yeah. I think he's
Skeeter Boat's big fish alert here. Tacoito, last year's
nice.
winner. A 4 pound, 7 ouncer, completes his limit. He's up for 4th place. Almost 19 pounds today.
he's pretty big.
He was one of those anglers had a little slower start yesterday. Ended up having a good 5-fish limit.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a nice 4-pounder, so.
Shakira's going to get rid of a 1.5 pounder.
Big. Oh wow, what a goal.
I didn't even know 1.5 pounders existed. Did it just come from the spawn this year? I mean, it just got hatched.
I mean, I saw a limit yesterday was 6 pounds, 10 ounces for 5 fish on Bass Track.
I thought you were talking about another lake. You saw like someone waiting a limit of 6.
Watching one of those other tournament trails.
I don't want to bust out who
Such
did
is
that.
talking about the 12 minutes after takeoff. There was
Right,
a 6
yeah.
pound back. Yeah.
But talking about these, between Secure and Fouts, what a day they both had yesterday. Young anglers on the Elite Series, both of them the biggest limit of smallmouth they've ever weighed. I mean,
And that's
what a
saying
time to do
something.
that. First day on the St. Lawrence.
That's saying something for a guy who grew up on Lake Erie.
Yes.
With Jacob Fouts and a guy who grew up near Sturgeon Bay.
Yes,
and
sure.
Jay Shakira.
And they both reference, close to those size limits at Sturgeon Bay and Erie, but biggest limit they'd ever weighed in yesterday.
And Fouts, I was given to understand that was his biggest competitive limit, all species, not just smallmouth.
Oh,
right?
wow, okay.
Is that right? Did I hear it right?
I'm sure.
I would assume so in top level competition, and from the opens and up, for sure.
That way.
Especially with him, his proving grounds was Lake Erie. I'm sure he's.
Yeah.
What's really cool about these two guys is even though Jay took a different route, they're both very, very young. Jay's not he went to, he's from Stevens Point. I don't think he fished for the college team in Stevens Point. But Jay fished the co-angler side of the opens, won events as the co-angler. I think he won on Smith Lake. Then he moved up to the boater side and qualified for the elites in his first year after being a decorated co-angler, whereas Jacob Fouts went through high school and college series and proved his grounds there, and his second year of doing the opens, he qualifies, And it was even a mature decision. He'd qualify, or he fished the 1 year of the opens after making it from the bracket, because you get the package of Toyota Tundra and the boats and everything. But then he took a year or so off on his own and came back when he felt like he was prepared to do so on his own, and he did it in his first year.
So the high school college route was not an option when I was in school way back in the dark ages. But
I feel old because high school wasn't for me either. I graduated and then they came up with it.
But I took the co-angler route. I fished way back in the day when they had the BP Top 100s. I fished 2 as a co-angler. And I'd fished a lot of tournaments, at that point in my life. But I really wanted to see if these guys put their pants on one leg at a time. I just wanted to see if they were human because I'd watched, read about them in Bassmaster magazine, had gone to a Bassmaster Classic as a fan, as a spectator. And I just wanted to be in the boat with them and see if they were really the supermen that I thought. So it's interesting that you say that about Security.
Yeah.
And he comes from fishing family, right?
Yes.
Dad's a walleye angler.
Walleye pro.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So his dad's name's Jason, I think.
Super nice guy. I've known him a number of years through, mutual sponsorship.
Oh, Jay absolutely loves talking about the fact that his dad's a walleye pro on the phone. So you should ask him tonight about it because we beat that like a drum the first couple of weeks of the season for sure. Paul Mueller hooked up.
So Tommy,
weird, no wind.
You remember there was a year or two there where we did ESPN and Bass did some stuff. Walleye and Bass pros teamed up together. They did that for just a short period of time.
Yeah.
Like my greatest line all time, Denny Brower was fishing with a walleye pro, and they were walleye fishing for a little while and bass fish for a little while. And Denny hooked up and said, "I got one," and he fights it a little bit and says, "It's either a walleye or a stick." I mean, it just tells you a little bit about how they fight. You're used to catching smallmouth and largemouth bass, and I either got a stick or a walleye. It's one or the other.
No disrespect, but the only difference in a walleye and a stick is sticks don't taste as good
Exactly.
as walleye.
I love the way walleye tastes. Hadn't tried a stick lately, but maybe when I was a child.
Those tree pounders.
There's big ones here, though. I had one chase the hair jig that was a grown specimen. Just suspended though, no wind. Probably should have started on this spot. Gonna be harder to catch as it gets brighter.
The more they suspend it.
Yeah, I mean, because then, you may get them to follow something down, but they don't. Yeah. If they're suspended, there's a reason for that. They're not, they may be chasing bait, but they're more like just cruising. On the bottom, they're more likely to be caught, or you can get them to react. The only thing you can really catch, suspended-wise is on a hair jig, maybe. If you get one that's aggressive enough. Yeah, I'd say maybe 1.5 pounds on that one. But whatever, it's gonna get called out anyway, so. There's no way it's not getting called out. There's too many of them. Even if you gotta work for them, you're gonna get some bigger ones. So it don't really matter what you put it in as. He's the first one to go right now. I cannot get over how many fish are suspended right here. Just right in this. I gotta stay off them, what I gotta do. I don't like to see them like that, man. I like them on the bottom. They can see good though, so hopefully they get a glance of that drop shot down there.
You always enjoy watching Paul Mueller. He gives you the blow-by-blow of everything that is happening in his mind and under the water.
Because he's so quiet at times when he's not on camera, most underrated guy with electronics in the Elite Series by far.
Many people, yeah.
Won't come to your mind immediately, but when you watch him on the water, he is a magician.
about a little Striker Daily Trivia? We'll take a look at one of the great St. Lawrence smallmouth right there. Trivia question number 1 for today. Where does the St. Lawrence River rank in number of B.A.S.S. pro events held? Is it second, third, tied for third, or fourth place? I think we mentioned how many bass events there have been. We mentioned that yesterday. We won't repeat it now to make the question harder.
It wasn't in one of the answers, so I'll have to relook at what I was looking at.
Okay, chew on that for a little bit, and we will come right back to the St. Lawrence and adjacent Lake Ontario for more fishing.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
The final weigh-in for the $188,000 New York Invitational. To the winner, $35,000. And Rick Clunn does make it back. With 14 pounds, 11 ounces. His 3-day total of 44 pounds, 2 ounces marks his 11th career B.A.S.S. win. And it came with 15 smallmouth bass.
Thousand Islands history, big part of the Bassmasters for sure. I think Rick Clunn was quoted saying on stage yesterday, I remember a time when you come here, you catch 14 pounds and you win the tournament on the final day. And most of those, despite what that picture we saw there, would be largemouth.
Yes, a lot of them would be, and I mentioned earlier too about that 14 pounds because this was my first Bassmaster event ever in my career. Thousand Islands, New York, this exact event. I finished way, way back in the pack. Learned valuable lessons by being there that year, though. But I remember seeing Rick Clunn hold the 14 pounds up, and I thought, wow, what lake did he fish in? Now you think the same thing with 14 pounds.
All right, St. Lawrence River history. That's our trivia subject, too. Striker Daily Trivia, where does the St. Lawrence River rank in number of BASS pro events held? Is it second, third, tied for third, or fourth, Davey High?
I'll let Ronnie go first on this one.
I like that idea.
Debate turn thing. Well, I looked in, our media guide before the event, and it's listed as fifth, but the number is, I believe, fourth place. Now that we've all corroborated during the break,
I'm gonna agree with Ronnie on this one.
And
I'm
we're
going D4.
Oh, I can't help but agree with you guys. D4. Yeah,
there it is.
Absolutely. And I just want you guys to know after that discussion in between that I'm going to establish a little court of appeals for all these stats questions that come up. It's sort of like baseball. We get way, way spun out and twisted off about that stuff.
That's right. Exactly.
Hey, no one gets more passionate about things that don't matter than myself. Okay, Tommy? Just understand.
That's part of your mystique, right?
But Security is currently unofficially in second place.
Oh, that is way
there's
more
no doubt
unofficial
about
than
that.
my
Indisputable.
stats. I don't know.
Unless.
What if it came up tied for third for the answer there and we were wrong again after looking?
Kobe Krieger, surprising, he caught a lot of fish yesterday. Only 2 fish so far today. I'm sure he's surprised also. The one thing about fishing shallow for these smallmouth, they will move on you. They'll move even off deeper places, but it's kind of a love-hate relationship if you like to fish 5 feet and less for smallmouth because they will leave you. The wind, will change the water clarity. There's so many things that really make them. You're better off, in my opinion, to fish a little deeper for them if you can. Although I'm a guy that loves to fish shallow for them, but they'll leave you overnight.
And the one thing that I've noticed that out of all the guys, if Kobe does struggle early in the morning, with it being as calm as it is, that's what everyone's wanting. That's pristine conditions for what they're doing. And that's for guys who are visually sight fishing some fish on flats that are shallow, or whether they're on beds or not, you can see them and you can pitch to them. You can throw those light marabou hair jigs that's very subtle, non-intrusive. He's throwing a jerk bait. So when you're throwing a jerk bait, you have to have different conditions than what you're doing. Even though smallmouth are different and they'll bite, it's not as conducive for him as others. So when people, whatever weather you wish for, Davey, there's someone in the field wishing against you.
Absolutely.
And in
Oh,
this
that's always
situation,
good,
he
yeah.
wants a little chop. So if he can survive today and get a little chop tomorrow and Sunday, he might be in a better position for this pattern.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just watched weigh-in with Dave Mercer for just a short while. And, I wanted wind. Oh, I didn't want wind. Oh, I wanted clouds.
yeah.
I did not want clouds. And they're all being honest, but
Sure.
like you say, they just have different preferences on how they're fishing and what they're fishing.
Because it's so calm, I want to scream, hey, Kobe, go throw a pop-ar because he's one of the best in the world at it. And I know that these smallmouth will hit that too, you know?
I'm sure he's tried it. That's what I thought yesterday
Yeah.
when I saw him weigh in, that, those may have been top water. He does love to do it. He's good at it. You mentioned some of these fish being on the beds and some not. The majority of them are not. Most of the fish have spawned. You'll see smallmouth bedding throughout the summer, from June all the way to August, you may see a few. So there's always a time that you could see a few spawning bass, but a lot of these are just up there roaming, feeding. We saw packs of fish yesterday. Brandon Polnick, a few of those fish that we saw him have hooked up yesterday would have 3 or 4 following them around. Those are just groups of fish up there in packs feeding. But a few more fry garters than spawners, but a couple, I think, even the one Jacob found earlier, he thought that fish was actually spawning.
Another thing that was mentioned multiple times yesterday was the so-called supermoon, when the moon is closest to the earth. And a lot of people, a lot of anglers will tell you that brings them up shallower, feeding hard, and in the wake of that, maybe another reason that they're here today and gone tomorrow.
Yeah, and something I thought about a lot last night, Tommy, and I'm not a goby expert. I know smallmouth love to eat them, and it's made our smallmouth fisheries great, in the Great Lakes. But surely those gobies have times that they move shallow and spawn, and a lot of these smallmouth, the bigger ones, might be up there because, in the south you see the bluegill beds in the largemouth.
Sure.
When you don't think they're going to be shallow in July and August, they'll be super shallow, but they're relating to those bluegill spawning. The goby spawn could be very similar, making some of these bigger, 5 and 6 pound smallmouth that have already spawned up there looking for those spawning gobies.
It's only nature. I mean, if gobies are going to torment smallmouth during the spawn and bluegill are going to torment largemouth during the spawn, they get to do vice versa to them.
Yep.
And look, I'm bigger than you, so you're done.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of crazy goby species. I saw one of those nature shows, David Attenborough, in Hawaii, a goby can climb up a waterfall 200 feet to spawn, as long as it has a little trail of water going up it. It showed these goby climbing up a rock face.
Wow.
Good grief.
That would have been a great trivia question. So
No.
Can they climb 50 feet, 100 feet, 200
3
feet?
miles.
Depends on if they have wind at their back, Davey. You can climb much farther
And
than
the
wind
moon
at your
phase.
back.
Depends on who was the editor of the media guy. No, I didn't say that.
What?
Oh, man.
If you're just picking up with us, great to have you with us here on Bassmaster Live. This is day 2 competition, full field out here on the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. Yesterday was a barn burner day. Every angler got a limit. You rarely ever see that. 61 limits, 20 pounds or more. Just under 10, actually 9 of those limits were 25 pounds or more.
And we'd be on Corey Johnson, our leader, but he is out of cell range right now. He has a 20-pound bag, a 2015, but he is in an area that we cannot have cell coverage.
I talked to Corey before the event, and he had an area he said was a long run he was going to hopefully save till later. I'm sure that must be where he's at.
Got some bonus coverage on the way here. I do believe, there he is, Taku Ito, defending champion who has fished his way back into the top 10. Today, currently standing in 6th place. We'll get to watch him for a minute here.
today was pretty good. So yesterday is a good day too, but I many miss. But today no miss. I catch up all bass. So today was I try to pretty shallow. So because the post spawn bass is more shallow, I try to 15 feet. So pretty shallow water. So I caught a big bass. And I use smallmouth secret powder. I use so Japanese secret powder, so easy to buy. Smallmouth love it, so I can get many big bass. So hopefully more 5+ pounder, but it's pretty no wind is tough, but I like it.
With 4 fish for 14 pounds and 5 ounces. Again, he is defending his title here. His first Elite Series victory came a year ago, a little less than a year ago. BMC on point is Taku Ito defending his title. That's what he's been up to today.
Yeah, Taku had a little slower start. We had a camera with him yesterday for obvious reasons. A little slower start than we expected. Ended up having a good day, but a lot better start for him this morning. You can see his first fish at 7:37, and he's fishing out in the lake. So even with the calm conditions, it took him a little while to get there. So probably caught that first fish just within the first few casts. And you see there just 10 minutes later catching a 4.5 pounder. 1 minute later catching a 3.5. So getting it done in about an hour and a half's time or less. Today's unofficial total, 20 pounds, 12 ounces with a lot of fishing time to go for Taku.
And again, piquing our interest with the mention of the special powder.
Yes.
Makes the smallmouth bite.
Hopefully we'll get to see that again. If you missed that yesterday, Taku said that he had a secret fish attractant in a powder form. And I thought we were going to see a name brand and a great packaging for this new product, and it was a half-gallon Ziploc bag, I think, with white powder in there. And he said made the smallmouth go crazy.
Yeah, didn't have any labels on it either. I would put labels on it so it didn't get mistaken. You know, if you were in the Canada side of this body of water, you know, you just want to make sure.
Hopefully we'll see a little more of that.
Yeah, fabric softener. That's my guess.
May very well be. Smells good. Fish like it. Talking with Jay Security yesterday afternoon, he said that there was a lot of bait, a lot of balls of bait showing up on his electronics. The only angler that I heard talking about that, obviously some of those, you know, Jacob Fouts, a foot deep, or 2 or 3 feet deep probably. He's fishing. You don't see a lot of balls of bait there, but Jay's fishing a little deeper, and a lot of bait in that area for him yesterday. And that's good and bad, because the bait typically it can move in or out of your area, and those smallmouth tend to migrate with it this time of the year if they've moved out there a little deeper post-spawn smallmouth. So hopefully the bait's still there for him today.
Well, we mentioned a few minutes ago, Such mentioned that Corey Johnston was out of the range of our signal, our ability to get signal, but now we're getting some pictures in here, this Humminbird bird's eye view. And we asked Dave Mercer yesterday, now that Canada's open, that means twice as much juice available. He said, well, for the Johnston brothers.
Right, exactly.
And he has found one of those special places, and I understand we've got some more footage coming across, so maybe soon we'll be able to check out what Corey Johnston has been doing. Great day yesterday for Corey. One of the favorites, without a doubt, coming in here. 26 pounds, 3 ounces yesterday.
That's a great visual, Davey, Tommy, to see exactly maybe you could be on a flat that's half a mile wide, but how all the smallmouth might be in a strip of it for a certain reason.
Exactly, and part of the reason you see rock, and the rock also creates more of a buffer. There's a high area there, and it gets deeper on one side and a lot deeper on the other, and there's several reasons the fish will use that area, but the rock they can relate to for cover, but also the currentt's going to be moving a little faster across that shallower area right there. And like we talked about earlier, even in 30 feet of water, they relate to the current.
So far is we need 3 more big bites. We got a couple decent ones. We got 1 5. We got some 4 and changers. We just need, I'd like to get 3 5-pounders. That's the goal for the rest of the day. 3 bites, and I think we'll be sitting all right. I'd like to have this wind lay down just a little bit, though. Just makes it a little bit harder to see. Little guy. We'll keep hunting these things down.
Well, now that we're starting to see the pictures, that also means we're starting to get the reports of what his catch so far, the unofficial numbers are, and that's going to count as our marathon peak performance.
Yeah. Kind of thought that maybe he was putting a few fish in the line. Well, he saved this place yesterday. Did not go there. You saw him fishing around a lot of the other anglers. Dave Mercer talked about he was probably picking a few fish off and had some other things in plan over on the Canadian side. And there again, you factor in the run time for him to get where he's at, which is a long way from takeoff, 7:54. He started catching them immediately. In between, in about a little over an hour, he caught 20 pounds and 15 ounces, which puts him, our marathon peak performance, our leader, Corey Johnson.
All day yesterday, his attitude was one of, man, this is working out. This is going the way it's supposed to go. So watch out, as always, when we come to the St. Lawrence River for Corey Johnston. We'll be back and maybe be able to see some of those catches when we return.
What's up, guys? You know who I am. We're down here at the St. Lawrence River today and had a good day. Had 23-14, and yeah, did a lot of damage today on the Berkeley Max scent tube. I'm fishing one shallow spot and another deep spot, and I'm starting off with the 3.5 and getting the fish that are a little more active. After I catch what I can catch on this and they get a little finicky, then I take the small Max scent tube, the 2.5 inch, and I drop that down there on them. And I just drop it down there and just shake it on the bottom, and it just imitates one of those gobies out in the lake, and the fish really can't resist it. I'm rotating between these 2 tubes, and it's the Max scent in these baits, really helping you get the bite. You can tell how much better they eat it. Instead of hooking them in the lip, you're gonna hook them a little bit further down in their mouth, and man, 100%, it's the Max scent.
Matt Robertson, yes, we know who you are. You had a great day yesterday. 23 pounds and 14 ounces. Perfectly right time. TH Marine Weather Watch, man, it's just Chamber of Commerce stuff, as usual when we come to the state of New York. 78 degrees today, won't get much higher than that. Partly cloudy, about to 82 tomorrow. With a low in the 60s tonight, low 60s tonight. Partly cloudy again. It's just more than you could ask for a trip for Great Lakes fishing in the summer. Just absolutely everything, and good and warm on Sunday. Partly cloudy, low of 66, and a different wind direction. I think we're going to get a little more southerly wind over the Saturday and Sunday, of course. But nothing strong, although it can feel strong out there.
Look at that TH Marine forecast. You understand why most of those homes in that area do not even have air conditioning in them.
No. So we have got now a signal from Corey Johnston. Fishing to show you.
How big he is.
is our leader. Almost 21 pounds, unofficially. And this is live. We are promised to look at some of his previous catches. As the system. Oh no.
Oh. His head on a swivel. Till he's in shallow water.
And wanting less chop, wanted to slick off as much as possible. Like you say, Dave, everybody's got a different priority, different imperative to move forward. Today we're going to move forward back to Jay Secure. Currently in second place.
God, I hate it when I do that. Definitely help. You're a giant. Come on, buddy. Not big.
I misspoke earlier. Time was not moving along quite as fast as I thought. It was about this time yesterday when he really started catching fish. He only had 2 small fish in his live well at about 9:30 yesterday, Eastern time. So he's way ahead of schedule this morning.
And even with some of these guys, they'll have maybe a shallow game plan and a deeper game plan. Some guys have a morning plan where they can go get an extra bonus bite, and they really don't catch the majority of their fish till the sun gets up, you know, or the afternoon swing. And so we'll see different windows of opportunity for people to catch them for sure. But like, I think someone mentioned Hudnall doesn't catch a lot of his weight until the afternoon. And that was when he filled his limit with big smallmouth, and then he caught a big largemouth. So he might have done something different in the afternoon. One thing we also need to mention is the opportunity to fall. Like, so many people caught 20 pounds, so it's not a guarantee you can stay in the top 20, stay in the top 30. One bad thing happened to you mechanically, or you just catch 16 pounds, 17 pounds, and you could drop a lot. I know yesterday, David Williams, he spun an ear on his prop, and he was out in the middle of the lake and had to idle for 2.5 hours just to get back.
Stay hooked up. Kobe needs you bad today. He's not big, but right now he's a giant. He's not a big one, but he's one that's gonna go in the box, hopefully, if I get him in. Come on, baby. Yes. That's why we changed the little pop-R, folks. So
Think you changed that pop-R for you, Ronnie.
Instead of that spook.
Thank you.
I bite it and don't eat it. Maybe a 3-pounder.
So incredible bite, and then when that fish, when he hooked up, jumped. Check this out, great footage. There's the bite, and a couple awesome jumps here. That's why you love catching those brown fish so much. They are so acrobatic.
Triple axle right there.
Yeah.
9.5.
You just don't want to eat real bad.
Kobe started the day top 5 and had fallen out. He's got back to 3. He's up to 3 now. He had a slow morning, much slower morning than he had yesterday.
Yeah, Ronnie, you mentioned that Derek Hudnall does not have a fish. His bass track is pinged at 9:37. 2 other guys, Austin Felix, Chris Johnston. Theirs just kind of died in the 7 o'clock hour, their bass track pinging. So some guys with zeros out there. But remember, we had a lot of surprises yesterday.
Yeah. For those who are tuning in for the first time, we have 90 anglers out there, 6 cameramen, but we only have about 55, maybe or so marshals. So we have about 39
The marshals do the reporting.
Yes, and the marshals often do that. But we ask the anglers if they can do that. Anglers will do that, and some will not. So that's their discretion. We can't make them do anything.
And
But some like to report, and some like to come in with a surprise. Can't be low or high, Davey, if you don't register at all, right?
Exactly. Well, technically, I guess you're low.
We have international cell signal issues as well when they get in the Canadian towers sometimes.
We talked about this a little yesterday. I still think we'll see some people that, the Brandon Polnicks, Corey Johnson, they're catching them again, obviously, but I'm afraid we'll see some people that maybe had 22, 23 pounds yesterday and only catch 17 or 18 today, and that could just be disastrous in the points. Unfortunately, I bet it'll happen.
Davey, what's your take on Chris Johnston thinking the weights could go up today?
I just say, although I fished that area a lot, he's got more experience there than me, so I wouldn't go against what he predicts. I kind of take to heart what Chris and Corey say about that area, no doubt. And if a lot of them have some of Taku's dust, I mean, they can really go.
It's powder, not dust. That's a different kind of derogatory adjective there. Don't be calling it dust.
Dave Mercer texted me and said that Taku gave him some of the powder at the last event, and he's used it, and it works.
Okay.
That looked like a pretty good
Does
one.
he use it to fish
He just
too?
said he's used it, and it works. I'm just quoting our friend Dave Mercer.
America wants to know.
I'm telling you, at the end of this event, if we find out it is Goodies powder or something, I'm going to be so mad.
BC. Mueller trying to get one of those suspended fish to a bigger one to make the move there. Right now, though, let's talk about our Mercury move of the day, and 23 pounds and something like 13 ounces yesterday for Bob Downey. A good day, but that only had him in 21st place, and he's made the move today.
Yeah, absolutely. Near Bob Downey with a great start this morning. 822 had not a real long run like some of these anglers, but started to catch them early and often. He caught the first 2 fish in the first minute right there at 822. I guess they all pinged in right there at 822.
I think he entered them all at one time.
Yeah. So 6-pounder is a great way to start your day. We saw Brandon Paulette catch a 6-pounder to start the day off. Bob Dowdy finished his limit out early this morning, probably by about 8:23. Certainly our Mercury move of the day from 22nd place all the way up to 3rd. We just talked about how that's going to happen for some guys. For every guy that makes that move up, there's some guys that'll unfortunately make a move down, and a lot of changes on the leaderboard today.
Downey really had a good momentum last year in this event. I think some of these guys come in their first year in the Elite Series and don't necessarily do well down south or do well up north, one of the two. He started gaining ground last year up north and really had a good event, and so it's not a surprise to see him back in the mix again.
In the mix, on the top of the mix right now, Canadian Corey Johnston with 47+ pounds. I don't know. Dare we start talking about the century mark for smallmouth here?
I would be shocked, honestly.
I don't want to jump the gun on that right there. Carl Jockenson holding just outside the top 10. Caleb Kufal had a good catch early today, moved himself up, but he's fallen off the pace just a bit. Plenty more to come. So much fishing left on day number 2.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster studios to kick off this segment with a little bit of Rapala Bassmaster fantasy fishing. And honestly, I've been looking for excuses to say why my team didn't catch them yesterday, but they did catch them. So many teams struggled yesterday with anglers having over 20 pounds because they're below the cut line, and that kind of gets us into it. Jacob Fouts, our day 1 leader, 27-15, and looking at some of the superlatives that kind of make up who was successful this week through one day of competition. The 20-pound bags, 61 of them. We've talked about that. The big bag, 27-15, the biggest that we have seen of all smallmouth at the St. Lawrence River in Elite Series history, beating the mark set by Matt Lee in 2018 by 3 ounces. So Fouts now holds that. He will get bonus points for the biggest bag of the event for that. The biggest bass, Kyle Welcher, a 612. We've seen 7-pounders in the past year from Paul Mueller, who's on camera today. We'll see if we can break that. We also had a couple other guys like Chris Johnston. I think also Jacob Fouts weighed one. Paul Mueller all had 6+ pounders. We'll see if we can get a 7 this week. 100% limit percentage. We've seen that in Elite Series history on day 3 cuts, on day 4 cuts for sure, and very rarely on day 1 cuts, though it's happened maybe a handful of times in Elite Series history. So that's a St. Lawrence superlative to look at. And then when we look at some other mind-blowing ones, when we look at the cut line, 20 pounds, 13 ounces is the cut line. Normally, when we try to predict the cut line going into day 2, if your team, your fantasy team is going to make the cut, you normally double the cut weight from day 1, 47th place, 20 pounds, 13 ounces. You normally double it and add a pound or subtract a pound. Some of the guys like Chris Johnston at weigh-in, we're expecting it to maybe double and go up some. So we'll keep an eye out in the 41.5, 42-pound range to see if it does go up. And then the average fish caught. This is astounding. We normally have maybe a 2 3/4 or a 3 1/4 pound fish. That's a great average size fish. Yesterday, the average bass caught and weighed was a 4-pound, 3-ounce bass. That is an absolute absurd average fish weight. When we're talking about St. Lawrence studs, though, I got to show and give a shout out to one stud from a long time ago, Davey Height. I got sent this by Kevin on social media. He said this was a photo from, I think it was the 94 event or the 92 event. It was very, very large. It was the one that not many people came back on the final day. It was so rough that people missed the way in. Young Davey Height making an appearance at the St. Lawrence River to kick off his career. I wanted to give you some love there, Davey. A St. Lawrence stud. So Rapala Fantasy Fishing, it's kind of gotten tossed on its head with how the leaderboard's so tight and how many people caught them. But Davey, when we talk about it, 61 bags over 20 pounds. Your Santee Cooper had 71 for the whole week. Lake Fork had 98 the whole week. We're going to see both those fall this week.
That's absolutely incredible, and we've talked about it this morning, but you just can't stop talking about what a day yesterday. With all the visuals we had, with the camera work, the drone work, and all that, and then just seeing so many big fish caught, it's absolutely incredible.
Another factoid, we have a couple pages on social media now that do stats about the Elite Series because they want to break down the numbers. And yesterday, there were 31 bags between 20 and 22 pounds, 31 bags. There were less than 31 below 20 pounds for the whole tournament.
Holy cow.
So, and those are a couple factoids that people keep me honest on, but that is incredible.
Ronnie, that average 4.3 is crazy. At Fork on day one, we had 90 limits. Average was 312.
Wow.
I think the record, would you say 52? 52 20-pound bags that one year that the average was that high?
Just windy enough where you can't see them with your
It was past
glasses.
the cut line there, but it was just barely
live scope.
at 52, so absolutely incredible.
Throw that hair, Jake.
Another thing about yesterday, they ate all day long.
Yes.
I mean, there were no lulls. We have just a normal sort of little lulls like we always have in a day of fishing on live happening today. And I can't say as I blame him. It's like saying, what happened to the winner of the hot dog eating contest? He didn't show up at the cafeteria this morning. You know?
That's right. I think part of the lull that we're having today, though, is because I think the Johnson brothers have ventured over far into Canadian waters, and we just don't, we don't have Corey very often.
We'd be a little more catchy if we had,
yes.
if we had those two in.
Derek Hudnall must have heard me. He entered all his fish in the last 5 minutes. He's in fourth place with about 18 pounds today.
So that picture was pretty cool, Ronnie. I appreciate that and who sent it. But I mentioned the first time, my first trip to St. Lawrence was not so good when Rick Clun won that event. I finished, out of 300 boat fields back then in those invitationals, I was 120th, 30th, 40th, something like that. But I learned a lot. So that was my next trip back, and I actually finished second there. So it takes a little while for a Southern boy to learn about those smallmouth, but when you do, you love how aggressive they are, and you can learn how to get them to bite even when they're not feeding, just because they're so aggressive.
And Southern boys definitely love the June and July tournaments here, for one, because it's so hot down south, but also because they are shallower. And if you're going to use your skills of shallow water fishing down south in a smallmouth tournament, that's the time to do it.
One fish all by himself.
Davey, I remember talking to Clark Wendlet saying he had to learn how to navigate the big water of a Great Lake. That was a big thing, too.
Big thing.
He was intimidated the first time he went up there.
And you should be. Everyone should be. And we were in 18 and 19-foot boats in 150 horsepower maximums.
Yeah.
A lot of difference being out on that lake in a 18-footer versus a 21. But Clark and I, it's funny you say that, Suits. We talked about that this week. He went out to the Ducks the second day of practice, and some people didn't want to go anywhere because they thought it was too rough.
Right.
You just got to take your time and learn how to navigate.
He came up and bit it, and he bit it so hard he ripped it right out of his own mouth pretty much. Just because my line was tight, I didn't give him it. He didn't have any slack to be able to pull it in. That was an error on my part, for sure.
And the trip to the Ducks was with a compass. No GPS.
A compass?
Yes. A paper map and a compass. No lie.
And you see, I think that's an island out there, and you end up going, and it's a barge that was moving. And it's like a little mirage, and you're like...
Or you see, I think that's an island out there, and you say, yeah, I'll go fish around that island today. And the island's like 15 miles long.
Yeah.
It'd take you a week to fish around it.
I remember my first taste of big water. I went to Lake Erie out of Presque Isle Bay, and me and my dad run out in our 18.5-foot boat into Erie, and I mean, it's pretty wavy, and we're like, look at that giant barge ship. We're gonna catch up to it because it's right there. Yeah. No shot. I mean, it was so big that it was so close. We're like, we got this, and it was
miles away.
Yeah, probably 15 miles away or something.
No way we can run the waves
really
to get fast enough to catch it.
No, I honestly, and this sounds, I know, crazy to you, Ronnie, because you can't even imagine not having GPS.
I know.
People your age just
I just saw that
didn't have to deal with that.
But
a paper map, a compass, and you couldn't even see the islands you were going to try to pre-fish. You just trusted your compass and head out into the wild blue yonder in an 18.5-foot boat.
Is there anyone out there today that can do that?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Rick Clunn, I bet.
Well, yeah.
And people will use that as it's a hot topic lately. Anytime someone catches a good bag of fish, well, they wouldn't have done that without this, or they wouldn't have done that without that. And I want to see someone drive from North Carolina to California on a non-paved I-40 without a map or GPS. We do that these days, driving across the country on all our roads and whatnot. Navigating in your car, navigating a computer, navigating fishing, it's all just changed over the years for the betterment to make things more efficient and easier.
Thinking about I got in such a habit of not doing
I still keep a road atlas in my truck just because I've
course.
navigated for so many years
I
and for a backup. But so many young people get in my vehicle and say, what is that? Or why do you have that in here? You still carry that? Like I'm crazy.
Well, you get to some Forest Service roads, the state I live in, and you're not able to connect to anything.
You better
very,
have
very
one.
handy to have that thing.
Yes.
You know.
How many lakes we go to with no service, you're not going to have your directions.
The big one didn't get it. The big one didn't get it. Come on, go down. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them down there. The big one didn't get it. I don't even know if this one will help.
Wow.
Those ones just
Nice
came out of
looking fish.
nowhere. I didn't see them earlier when we went by. I'm gonna get rid of a 2-pounder we got in there. Hey. You're still digging. Still digging. Still digging. Come on. Jeez. I'm not even giving him any drag, you're just digging hard. That'll definitely help. He choked that jig down. Yeah, I got a 257. He's not gonna help by much. Maybe he does help. Hey, don't you shake. He helps. Blue, where you at, Blue?
What do you want?
He was doing 3/4. Where you at, Blue? Oh gosh. That's not Blue. Are you Blue?
Yeah, I
Who's
mentioned
the blue one?
the compass deal with Rick Clunn could do that. Clark Winlet certainly won because he and I were doing that
Oh, yeah.
back in the day
Yeah,
together.
that's
He's
right.
still out there fishing also, obviously.
Well, I imagine old Mark Menendez could do it too.
Yeah. But I remember Clark saying, hey, I got this thing, GPS, it's a handheld, and the screen was like 2 inches by 2 inches.
There's one I saw that I thought was...
So we got a mount and mounted them on our dash, a little handheld GPS, before they had them inside our graphs.
There was like so many of them
just
together right
but
there.
you kept your trusty compass right there
2
also
3/4.
before you really trusted this new thing called GPS. 2-inch screen and you're on the Great Lakes.
Oh my God.
He was probably ostracized for being ahead of his time too there. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, nerd.
Unreal.
Yeah.
Exactly. Dork.
All right, we're getting ready to check in on our leader, Corey Johnston. We've gotten some service from the area where he's fishing, which is a pretty long way from where the service exists, but there it is, right in front of us. And we've also got a feed of his earlier catches today, which is really helpful. We'll
Canada's a little
story.
dicey, so we're glad to see him when we can.
Yeah. Here they go.
Oh, we know what
they're going to be one of those
Yeah,
things.
we're going to make it back.
Already yesterday afternoon, we waited to do the Power Pole replay today, but we're coming out early this morning because we're excited to get some footage of Corey Johnston. Replay of the day, Power Pole replay of the day, 5 fish limit, and we're going to get to see several of them right here. Corey Johnston, someone that I guess all three of us picked. Rapala Fantasy Fishing to win this event.
That's right.
Certainly not
All
letting
got
us
him at the
down.
top.
He's in the mix. Did not take the lead yesterday, but it's a 4-day event, and we certainly think Corey Johnson is going to be in the mix. But he is our Power Pole replay of the day so far today, having 5 fish, and has taken over the lead. Corey Johnston.
What a great start to his tournament yesterday. No surprise that he's in the mix. One of 6 of our Bucket A anglers, the hot bucket for fantasy fishing. 6 in the top 20 entry yesterday.
And that's why he occupies the top spot right now, Corey Johnston.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Day 2 competition at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence. We got the full field of 90 out there today, as we always do on the second day, trying to make it to a semifinal Saturday. You got to be in the top 47 anglers to make that jump into the weekend. Corey Johnston, the Canadian, on top of our leaderboard. Spent a lot of time very close to it and on top of it yesterday. They should cure it. See Gerald Swindle there having a great tournament yesterday. Gerald Swindle with 23 pounds and a quarter. Very, very good day. Had him in 16th place, and he has moved up during the course of this day. What an incredible place, and we had the most bountiful day of all yesterday, and now some bonus coverage. We get to look at Gerald Swindle.
Well, I started out at the mouth of the river again in a little area where I caught several yesterday, and was able to catch a limit there and pull a few times. 17 and a half, maybe 17 3/4 what I got. Just kind of ran 2 more spots out there. It seemed kind of dead. Wasn't seeing a lot of fish. I think a lot of the shallow fish are going to get picked off. So I wanted to come back in the river where I got more areas. And I feel like some of these smaller areas in the river hadn't seen the pressure. So I'm just going to kind of keep the hair jig in my hand and cover water the rest of the day. Try to get a big bite or 2. You can't never tell how to get the big bite. You just cover a lot of the same water. You know the technique, but you can't just pattern. Say, oh, I know if I just fish that one spot, I catch a big one. What I'm doing, you just have to cover a whole lot of water. And that's what I'm going to continue to do. You catch that base weight, catch 2 6-pounder. It's very doable on this river. Right back in it. It's all about covering water now. Covering water.
B&W Trailer Hitches on the line coverage of Gerald Swindle, having a great season. He's 8th in Progressive Angler of the Year points, two-time Angler of the Year with the Bassmaster Elites.
Gerald has a lot of experience up in the Thousand Islands area also. A lot of years on the Bassmaster Tournament trail.
Got another big mover, Hunter Schrei, a couple 5.5-pounders up to 22 pounds today, from 47th to 7th.
We can move over to Paul Mueller. He's hooked up.
That's the one we want. The one that's with him is at least. That's a good fish too. So how big is that other one?
Boy, he said the one with it was a couple pounds
Ooh,
bigger.
I don't
Hope we get to see that one.
Yeah.
Mentioned yesterday afternoon we had not seen much of the hair jig, but boy, we're seeing a lot of it this morning. Believe it or not, even a little calmer conditions, it seems, in a lot of these areas this morning than yesterday.
Fish for Paul. We had a little audio trouble there, but we've got it marked in and move him up into the top 10. It looks like. Yeah, Paul said that was maybe the only way to catch these suspended ones was with the hair jig.
And Jay Shakir, it looks like the way he's fighting this one, that this one's going to be a difference maker for him.
Got a chance to take the lead.
Oh, that's a big fat one. Yes. That's a good one.
Good, solid fish for him there. Jay was in second place yesterday. A little more than a pound back from Jacob Faust, but he told me when I was talking to him last night that he had a fish break off right beside the boat that he thought was possibly a 7-pounder.
That one just came in at a 4.4. It puts him 1 ounce behind our leader.
Oh, wow.
Corey Johnston.
I need these guys to figure out how to lose
still
the
some
three
new
numbers,
giants
not
up
the
here.
sevens. That's just, if we can figure that out, we're gonna.
It's not good for TV.
It's gonna be
It's
a good
always
day.
better to lose the 7-pounder.
Just a group text.
That one went
line,
flying
memo,
over to
something like
it.
that.
Yeah, just 90 guys and us 3, right?
Easy in this day and age.
There's 3 big ones. 3 5-pluses right there.
Something that's cool when you're talking about Jay Shakir in the rookie class. We have, I think, 9 in the rookie class that can actually win Rookie of the Year. You know, there's 9 of them, and then there's like 3 that couldn't, obviously.
Yeah.
Because they're too much winnings or whatever.
Not qualified, yeah.
Other than the Harris chain, where only Jay Shakir, that's when he got his big lead in Rookie of the Year, he was the only one to make the top 47 cut at Harris chain. Every other rookie fell below that. Other than that event, we have had at least 4 rookies make the top 47 cut in every event, with 6 making it at Chickamauga.
It's a dangerous
So
one.
we had 4 inside the cut line after yesterday.
That's a
So if that
dangerous
continues,
idea.
that'll be half the rookie field makes the cut every
not
time.
reacting to
It's a good.
anything.
I mean, split the field in half, you split the rookies in half.
It's a dangerous idea. It's a dangerous idea.
Let's get back to our leader, albeit by 1 ounce unofficially. Corey Johnston, who we can now get some glimpses of in our coverage. Very thankful for that.
You a big one, come on.
Don't know if he's even seen this fish yet.
Because he's looking at all the other ones swimming around while he's fighting. So.
Pretty good one.
Just saw it. Pretty good one. Like it when he goes to the seat and not grab the rod at midway and start just railing on.
Wrenching.
He's not that big. God. Not that big. Help.
Got a 3 1/4.
Get rid of a 390. Pounder. £4.
One thing being around Chris and Corey at takeoff or before takeoff, going to the ramp in the mornings, they buy like 10 bags of ice a piece. They keep nice, cool, cold water in there for their live wells all day long. Wow. I mean, they really, they probably spend $30 a day just in ice, along with, you know, some kind of
weight,
stay alive liquid or granular formula to go in the live wells. But they go to great extent to keep those smallmouth alive, because 4 ounces per fish dead penalty, you get a couple of those, costs you a lot of money in tournaments like this.
100%.
Takuido's trying to keep pace. He caught a 5-pounder.
Is
up to 22
pretty
pounds.
much the same as the last one. Haven't caught much. Just caught one like 4-pounder to help, maybe a 1/4 of a pound, but still pretty tough. There's not near as many fish here as yesterday. I got Buddy behind me now that's fishing the shoal. I was out deep yesterday, so they're getting some pressure. It's give this one more pass, and then we might have to run some new water. Got 1 5 and a bunch of 4s, so need to get a few more 5s. 5s are what you want here. 4s don't do you any good.
Just to hear him say that. On the Bassmaster Elite Trail, 4s don't do you any good, but he's telling the truth.
He is.
5 4-pounders gets you in 60th place yesterday.
Yeah.
That's under the average fish.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, that's just an average fish.
Under the average of 4.3.
Yeah, a 4.3.
I want to give a little news update. Tyler Rivette got a late start, just got out on the water just a few minutes ago, about 2 hours and change delayed. Had some mechanical issues on his boat. Obviously, you need everything to work right. You need your big motor work right, your trolling motor work right, your graphs to work right, and could not leave the dock this morning with the proper equipment working. Service crew worked on it for a few hours, ended up just swapping out to a new one because the fix was not fixing it. And so thank you to the service crews for helping. But Tyler Rivette, someone who was having a great year. I think he's like 18th in our Bassmaster Progressive Angler of the Year. So he needs to have a good day today just to sustain, and he's the first flight. So he'll have the shortest flight of shortest day of anyone today. And we mentioned it. David Williams yesterday threw an ear on his prop when he was out in the lake, and that's a 2-hour idle till you even get to like where you can maybe even fix it, or to a place that you can even begin to try to fish the rest of your day. So anything that costs time out here hurts.
I wish those guys the best outcome they can have given the tough circumstances that they are in. David for yesterday. There's your leaderboard right now, though. That Corey mentioned it. About a quarter pound he gained, 4 ounces, gives him a 5-ounce lead over Jay Shakurit. The basis of that last fish, Bob Downey. I mentioned Bob is a Wisconsin guy. He used to be, now he's a Minnesota guy, so we get that straightened out. Jay Shakurit from Wisconsin. Derek Hudnall, how dare you, climbing back up into the top 5. Spent a lot of time there yesterday. And Takumi Ito, the defender. Plenty more to come. Be right back.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Moving toward the halfway point on day number 2. Full field, as always, on the second day, trying to make it to the weekend. Got to be in the top 47 to do that. Here at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, it'd be fantastic. St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. Vast Lake Ontario, as you can tell from that shot right there. Let's get out to the man who started the day with the lead, the rookie Jacob Fouts, caught almost 28 pounds yesterday. Just a phenomenal day. A little bit slower start today, but he's hanging in there in the top 10.
Don't go that way.
And he's hooked up?
No. You gotta be getting tired. I don't have her hooked very good. She's girthy. She's not as big as I thought she was when she jumped the first time. She's not just little, though. Don't you do it, don't you do it. No. That was almost bad. That's a big
Good for Jacob. We saw him have a little misfortune a couple different times today.
You ain't Joe. That's a good one. Probably 4 and a half. It might be 5. It's pretty heavy.
Astrack says he's 5'2" back. That should put him second or third.
It's heavy. Just under 5. That's a big one.
Quote of the day yesterday, Ronnie, was Taku saying, welcome, welcome to the big smallmouth in his boat. I'm going to have to call that being a quote of the day so far today. Not as big as I thought she was, but she's girthy.
Man. Remember her?
We're around a bunch of big ones, but they
oh. Not going to comment.
No, you just did by saying oh. What's funny is looking at the map going into Jacob Fouts' fish catch right there. Polnick and Fouts were the closest to each other on that map, and they are still probably 25 plus miles away from each other because there's no easily navigable route to get from New York to Canada in the vicinity of their end. You have to go all the way around, and that's the travel distance here. You can't spread yourself thin. You could be in the river, not far from the lake, and still use a chunk of your day traveling around. And we were talking about that, Davey, seeing some of the guys who are in the back of a bay compared to the point of a bay. It's not like a pocket down south in a lake. It's like a whole nother lake. So you're spending 15 minutes just to get to the back of a bay.
So hard to describe if you haven't been there. It's like going to Montana for the first time. It's just, you can't really describe the big country. Well, this is a big river and a big lake.
Yeah.
kind of like Kansas, when you're on the west side of Kansas on the highway and the sun's not supposed to come up for 2.5 hours, yet you see it on the horizon because it's so flat and so, you're like, oh, Kansas isn't that big of a state, but it's
So
way
flat.
out there. Yeah. Yeah.
Fouts did jump into third. Hunter Shryock with our big bag of the day so far, 23 pounds even. Hanging around our top 10 from 47th.
Schlopper back in the top 10. Jeff Gustafson making his first appearance in the top 10.
You were mentioning that, Such, yeah. Shryock, 47th. He was the cut guy with 20 pounds, 13 ounces.
Yeah.
And that's the worst spot to be in when they're catching him as good as they are. And so his uptick will have him safe.
Like you said, once you get up there, it's harder to call. He's got a 3.5 as his small, a couple 5.5s, 4.5.
There's another one that's come up right here with him.
Oh, wow.
I might be able to catch her after I land this one. The other one's bigger. It's a crazy deal out here. It seems like every time you hook one, another one will just come out of nowhere and come up here with them. A lot of times, after you land the one you got, you can catch that fish. We'll see. I'm gonna try to get this one first. It ain't a big one.
These young anglers have a lot more tournaments under their belt, so to speak, than they did 10, 15 years ago. But it's incredible how calm he is. And even when he had the fish that he had to release, or he chose to release, just like he's, you know, out with a friend, having a good day on the river. It's incredible.
Jacob's going to weigh that one. We're going to let our man weigh in, Dave Mercer. He is with us today. He'll be presiding over the weigh-in. And speaking of the weigh-in, Dave, I'm sure it's not a fun part of your job to tell a guy who's just brought 20 pounds or just under that to the weigh-in stand on day one and talk to him about how really not great his day was, how desperate is his situation.
Oh, I disagree, Tommy. It was delightful yesterday. I mean, it was a bizarre parade of oddities. You know, like the first 9 anglers had over 20 pounds, and I thought, okay, it's front-loaded, it's going to calm down. But 61 bags over 20 pounds, it was amazing. I wish we had a live camera on our anglers from that point to that trough right there, because literally they'd come around the corner and be like, I got him. I had a good day. I did what I need to do, got 22 pounds. Not going to be leading, but I'm going to be right there. And you're not anywhere close. You're in 30th place. It is unbelievable what's happening here. Yesterday, I said it on live, and me and Overstreet kind of argued all day, like friends. Friends argue, right? And we talked about what it would take to make the cut weight. I said 19 pounds a day. And Street said I was out of my mind. And I'll be honest, when I said 19 pounds a day, I wasn't like 100% confident. I was kind of just like, it'll take around 19 pounds a day. And I was kind of making a gutsy guess. Well, I was way under. I mean, it was, so it's never delightful to tell somebody they don't finish as high as they expected, but they knew by the time they come up here. I mean, it was just like, you imagine that, just standing in that line in here and 24, 23, 27. It reminds me of, you know what it reminds me of, guys? My tournament career. That's exactly what every weigh-in felt like for me.
So Dave, you've got a lot of experience fishing there on Lake Ontario, St. Lawrence River, and also you've weighed a lot of fish there. Why do you think yesterday was so special? Because even for the St. Lawrence River, yesterday was a special day in the history of Bassmaster weigh-ins.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, I'm sure you guys have looked at the record books, but as far as smallmouth bass, that was the most 20-pound bags we've ever had. And I really think the only thing stands out to beat it is Falcon, where we had 80 20-pound bags on day number 1 there. But just say that to yourself. You're comparing the St. Lawrence River to Falcon Lake, where you can catch a 9 or 10-pound fish. I mean, the leading weight yesterday was 27.15. At Falcon, I think it was 42 pounds after day number 1. So it's not even a realistic comparison. But why do I think it happened? I really think 2 things. The anglers didn't get a chance to expose what they had found in pre-fish out in the water, and, because it was so rough. So they really didn't deplete them. And on top of that, that day off, there was a day off that was spectacular, and the day before was basically a day off the lake because of the traffic, or because of the wind and everything. I think that break on the fish helped it build up, but I just think it just keeps getting better every single time you come here. You keep seeing things that shouldn't happen, like the amount of pressure coming into this event. That was the word that was in my head, pressure, because this body of water has been blistered. But it is amazing, and I think it's amazing for one reason. You guys were talking how big it is. It is so vast, and when you look in any direction, I mean, the sheer number of fish here, it's not comparable to any other lake. So it is handling the pressure, and that's all I can figure out is they had basically 2 days of not messing with the fish, nobody messing with the fish, and they came up. And 2 days away from smallmouth basses, they get lonely. I mean, they want to get one-on-one with a drop shot, and they did.
Today's far from over day, but they're not quite on the pace that they were on yesterday. But when we lose half the field after tomorrow, is that going to possibly make some more big things possible for anglers who now have a more of a situation of being left alone?
Yeah, I mean, room is always key here. But to be honest, you talk to our anglers, there's a lot of boats out there. There are several tournaments being run in Canada. There is a upcoming AAA level event coming here. There's a lot of people fishing. So it's not like they're going to get that much space. But I think here's my prediction. You're going to see a lot of stuff happen this afternoon. I mean, on the second day of a flat day, that wind becomes even more important. And as you see the wind and just even boat movement on this body of water start to pick up here, I think this afternoon's bite is going to be key. You're going to see those weights all of a sudden. You're going to be like, wow, it's just not the same day. And then we're going to see a lot of 20 sacks here today, I believe.
All right. We love that prediction, Dave Mercer. We love all the stuff, all the good stuff, insider stuff that you give us. And Dave will be presiding over the weigh-in 3 o'clock Eastern time. That's when it kicks off right here on Bassmaster.com. Let's go out to Jay Shakura. He has been knocked out of the top spot by Corey Johnston, and now he has resecured the top spot.
Come on, buddy. Just let me take you back to the weigh-in. I'm only going to keep you for a little bit. This will give a guy a heart attack. Oh my God. It's a 6.
Oh boy. First look, he said 6.
Got him. Yes.
Wow.
Hey, it's 6, but it's
beautiful fish.
That's big.
And that is how he regained the top spot on day number 2. Right in line with Dave's prediction, things are going to start picking up. We're going to see bigger bags starting to build. And well, there's an indication. There's some proof for you right there. Jay Shakura on top. Corey Johnson now assumes the second place spot. Jacob Fouts, after having fallen out of the top 10, very slow start for him. And a couple of, as you mentioned, Davey, unfortunate happenstances. He is back. He is unstoppable, apparently. Bob Downey hanging in there as well. Derek Hudnall had a good day yesterday and repeating that performance again today. We got so much more left to go. Just about to the halfway point of our day, which means we got a whole half day on the St. Lawrence, and that's a good deal.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
What a terrific destination for midsummer, the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario. This is a big place with a lot of current. This river, and of course, Ontario, one of the largest bodies of water in the world. And to top it all off, the smallmouth bass fishing is just off the charts. Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite, there's our leaderboard. These are unofficial weights right now. Jay Shakura, the rookie, on top. A little bit of a margin ahead of Corey Johnston, who we caught up with. They just sort of lost contact with him, but we're all caught up with him now. And he's having a great day, as he did yesterday. And Jacob Fouts started the day with the lead, had a slow and a few difficulties getting going today, but he's on the move now. Let's get out to Jacob Fouts right now and check in with him. Is it currently in third?
Sure looks like the one that jumped.
I sure hope the cameras don't draw attention to him over the next few days, but boy, he's got a special area, a very large area all to himself yesterday and most of the day today for sure.
He was in the interviews that you sifted through yesterday with him. You were talking about those long rock sort of riffles, you might call them, you know, and if it was in a small stream, you know, and he says he's working a series of those.
Wow.
Up and down all day long, a good long extended shoal. A shoal.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
He's really not that big. I get rid of that wee little one.
Contours are always relative. Where you have those large contour changes, it's very obvious. But even on a big flat, a little small contour change and bottom changes definitely are where those fish are going to hold.
Like the top of a rock and the bottom of a rock, like that.
I've never caught them holding under the bottom of the rock. Never tried it though. I mean, I'm not saying you can't.
That was bad. It's not even a big one. Let me get rid of that little one.
The landing percentages are so much higher. Back in the day, we used so many baits, a rattling wrap, baits with multiple treble hooks. And you lost so many of these fish. And those single hook hair jigs, your drop shots, your tubes, those sort of things, tube being a little worse than some of the others because of the weight. But Those single hook baits, your landing percentage is much better than a lot of the baits I know we used 20 years ago.
Yeah.
So I thought it was interesting last year seeing Taku dominate and catch so many and land so many fishing a Nico rig. The whole week we thought it was a drop shot. And then looking back frame by frame, there was no weight swinging at the bottom of it. It was a weight in the worm, and that is one of those same presentations that when they hook them, you just got the hook. There's no weight pulling it down.
Because usually that worm with the weight in, it'll just fly away from the hook.
Or go up the line and not hang below and swing around.
Got him. Oh my God. Oh my God, there's huge ones with them. Trying to eat this thing out of his mouth. This could very well be a monster. I know what lives here. The ones that with this thing were giants. Oh God. Oh God.
When you hear Corey Johnson saying that, it's probably a real nice one.
Yeah.
Ronnie, you talk about that Nico rig. I'm surprised we don't see more anglers using that here this year.
Yeah.
It's an excellent technique with you take a Senko, put a little light piece of lead under these conditions, because like normally I would fish it without that lead, but with these slick calm conditions, you put like a 1/4 ounce nail in the end of it and make it fall a lot faster for some of the fish that maybe Paul Mueller was talking about. Surprising that we're not, but maybe because so many are fishing extremely shallow water.
Yeah, but I could see even like a 16th ounce, or it allows you to be precise with your cast. You know, when you see them swimming around, you can pitch it right in front of them, and it's just going to fall right, non-intrusive, and it also keeps that hook up off the bottom, so no algae, your lines above the zebra mussels on the rocks, and it's something that.
If I would have had a Senko in 1994, Clun would have never won in 92.
You would have caught the heck out of 14 pounds, wouldn't you?
But that was the biggest ones around.
That's crazy.
Must be hooked underneath the chin or something.
Drew Benton and Justin Atkins joining our 20-pound club today, up to 8. I think we were around that yesterday when we took our break. 8 guys on Bass Track over 20 pounds.
No, he's just a giant.
You say that's pretty close to where we were yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah, at this time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, dang. Freaking giant. Kamagotsu troubles. Thank you.
Oh, he's all over where he was yesterday. At weigh-in, not at lunch.
Oh, right, yeah. He really didn't get it revving until after 10:30, 11 yesterday.
Yeah.
Other than that one, he really doesn't have.
Yeah.
Another. If he replaces some of these
still a lot of
fours
room
over
to
the
grow.
rest of the day with 5s, it's 20, 25 plus again.
I think even Corey and Chris were a little surprised yesterday. that, I mean, I don't know anyone that predicted what we saw yesterday, and it looks like it's going to happen again today.
Boy.
I hope if I fished the Elite Series and I caught 26.3 that I would be surprised to not be leading. I'm okay if that's the feeling you always feel is I'm surprised I'm not leading because that's catching them.
You
I don't
can be
care
forgiven for that. Yeah.
Holy cow, that's catching them.
Funny story you say that because I remember like it was yesterday. My first full year, I ended up, it was the spring of the year, Lake Eufaula. First day I had 28-12, and I thought, I'm going to be leading a Bassmaster tournament for the first time ever. It might be the only time ever, but I'm going to have the lead. And weighed in, I was in third. There was a 31 and a 29, and I had 28-12. I mean, you realize you're fishing against some, I mean, people travel at that point from all over the country, now from all over the world. They're going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
See him sitting out there on 360.
It's when you realize the competition that you really are competing against, when you see weigh-ins like we saw yesterday, or I bet there were a dozen people thought they were going to be leading the tournament yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
I mean,
Well,
because
honestly,
we almost had a dozen 25-pound bags.
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially because, and we have to, if you're tuning in spurts and you don't hear this, we're not pessimistic about the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario hitting 100 pounds because the fishery isn't doing well. It's the time of the year. In July, it was 90 pounds last year. So if we did it in July and broke 100, that would beat any weight we've ever had here, even the great times that we've came here and had 97, 98 pounds.
Yeah.
So that's what it's more impressive on. Polinick weighed in 26 pounds yesterday and said, I didn't think it would break 100, and I am second guessing myself. So day 3 will be the day that we see if somebody slacks off, could prevent them from doing 100. If they hit it full bore tomorrow and they're over 75 going to the final day, I mean, I would bet that the Johnsons, if they're around 75 pounds after day 3, very hard for them not to catch 25 pounds.
I guess the weight, several guys put it over 100 pounds for the winter, and then, Chris and Corey had both said, even John Cox told me, if we got to hit this place one time when it's on fire, and apparently yesterday and so far today, it is.
But all that being said, most of these fish are about their lightest point of the year, weight-wise, because most of them either spawn within the last month and a half. A lot of them in the last week. It's hard to imagine.
And we've talked about it so many years in a row that people won't be surprised if we do it, but this is monumental. This could be the first ever all smallmouth 100-pound century belt. We've never handed a century belt out above the Mason-Dixon. We can do that this week.
Wow.
Getting ready to take a break. It's close to midday here. On day number 2, guaranteed rate, Bassmaster Elite.
Is that J.O. and Mercer?
Oh, is that right? Oh, yeah.
You never know when you got to rub
Even
some,
money.
rub some rails with people out on the water. You got to keep your buoys tied up to the side.
Our coverage is going to continue all the way to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, and then we continue with the weigh-in starting right then. Weigh-in will be exciting. In the hot seat, will it be that man right there?
Brandon Lester.
Brandon Lester? Well, I don't know. Maybe they know something
Hey,
I
he
don't.
almost won
in
here
the
one
Yeti
time.
hot seat.
Yeah.
Who knows who'll be in the Yeti hot seat? We got a lot of fishing going on between now and 3 o'clock. We'll have it all for you. Dave Mercer will be taking over at one point as well, so we look forward to all of that. What a morning it has been. What a tournament so far on the St. Lawrence and Lake Ontario.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Okay, we're gonna go.
And there's one right there. Followed it up.
What kind of rod and reel and line setup do you use for that jerkbait?
Well, it's a POW 705 CB glass composite, graphite composite rod, and an Abu Garcia STX 6-6. High Seas 15-pound fluorocarbon. And my jerkbait this week is a Lucky Craft Pearl AU color. Seems to be sort of my go-to color when we come up north for smallmouth fishing. They seem to like it pretty good. Switched on and off in practice a little bit with some different colors, and some of them it seemed like they'd follow, and some of them seemed like they'd hit it. So today they ain't had many followers on it, but I ain't had many hitters either. But it's just a day, or there's one behind it now. Get it, big one, giant. Why aren't they biting it? Boy, that was a big one right there. I mean, a big one.
What about your spinning gear setup?
It's a POW 730, POW 732 with, that's not him, the bass is right there. POW 732 with 5 to 10-pound braid with a High Seas 8-pound fluorocarbon leader. Here's a little hand-tied marabou jig that I'd really like for him to be eating. Man, I've had some sucker right there. Should have ate it. That was a big one. Followed it up that time. If you get enough of them to follow it, sooner or later one's going to eat it. Bad thing is, can't get enough followers today, it seems like it. Come on, fish. Come on, baby. Where you live at?
Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Okay. Uh-oh, see that one coming? Good night. I mean, good gracious. Not where he come from, but he just come from nowhere. I mean, really? Come from the left, from like behind the boat for it. There he is. I thought he was going to eat my jig. Swam right at it. He's back. There he is. He's got to be on the bed right there. Caught a couple right here yesterday, and there was more swimming around. I didn't catch them all, but see one yet.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury,
Is that a rat boat or no? Is that a rat boat or is that... It don't look like a rat boat, right? It doesn't look like it's a rat boat.
These are great big ones, and they won't even look. Over 5-pounders.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Thought it was gonna be a little bit more calm right here. Huh. Where you at, Bass? Bait and getting too much slime on it? Come on, Bass. Gosh, I hope they're on this boulder up here. No, and I haven't. Normally I see them like back here kind of on this little grassy, gravelly stuff. But I'm just getting up to where, like, I've seen it on live just a little bit a few times. I've been able to scan and see it, but I don't see a bunch of little dots on it, which isn't good. was one of the places I was saving yesterday. I was like, it's not worth running to. We'll just save it. But I don't see a bunch of little dots around it. Which is not good. It's got to be farther than that. Dang. That's not good. There's not one on Mega Rock. I don't know where they're at. Check on these fish again. Is it okay? The big one kind of started acting a little funky again, but she's still alive.
You just need to get 3. Dang it, dude. There's 2 of them there now. You know it's bad you're in 16 and they spook easy like you're up on the flat. It's the same difference, you know. It's just you can't see him, you can't see them. They can see you. Saw one right under the boat. Golly. Freaking goby hit it, and I thought it was maybe him because they hit like a goby. The freaking weight was stuck in the rock. We're gonna make a move. We're gonna go make a move. Time to go fish maybe a little bit deeper, I don't know. Or in the wind. These fish don't want to bite.
Really disappointing not catching one right here. I thought this is a place I could come catch like a couple 4.5 to 5.5 pounders. I was saving it yesterday. There was like nothing. Dead Sea. Go fish some more boulders, I guess.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Humminbird, Mercury, Nitro Boats. And by Bass Pro Shops.
Welcome into our on-location coverage along the shores here of the beautiful St. Lawrence River in Clayton, New York for day number 2 of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River. And man, what a tournament we have here this week. If yesterday's weigh-in wasn't enough, check out that leaderboard so far. Elite Series rookie Jay Shakurik with 49 pounds, 5 ounces. Another Elite Series rookie, Jacob Fouts with 48 pounds, 2 ounces. Just happened to be yesterday's leader. He had 27 pounds, 15 ounces. But uh-oh, in third place, one of the guys that everybody was picking coming into this event, Corey Johnson with 47 pounds, 11 ounces. But let's get caught up on what's been going on in the water. I'm proud to be joined by Cooper Gallant, Bassmaster Open winner and Bassmaster Classic qualifier. And Coop, this is one of my favorite parts. This is the Toyota Midday Report. And right there, we're looking at the prodigy, Brandon Polinick, doing what he does, catching giant smallmouth.
He is smashing them. He always does. It's no surprise. Everywhere he goes, he catches big ones, and he's definitely going to be a favorite this week on the St. Lawrence.
Current leader in Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. There's nothing the prodigy can't do. You know, had a baby just after the last event and juggles all that. The more pressure, the more things are on his plate, the better he seems to perform. And man, this is going to have big implications, not just in this tournament, but of course, the Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings. And what do you think makes Polinick such a good smallmouth angler, Coop?
He's just he's got such a great mindset. He's super, super calm on the water. And if you just watch him, you can tell how calm he is going to scoop them smallies. And he's just such a good, versatile angler, whether it's smallmouth or largemouth. But as far as smallmouth fishing, I mean, he's been killing it in the smallmouth game ever since he started with the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he continues to do it till this day, and it's super fun to watch him. He, just look at him. Straight smashes them. So cool.
An incredible angler. 6 Bassmaster wins, a former Bass Nation national champion. And of course, he took the Angler of the Year title back in 2017. Brandon Polinick is definitely a weapon when it comes to smallmouth. But speaking of a weapon, Corey Johnson, one of the most feared Canadians when it comes to the water. Coop, this guy catches them everywhere.
He sure does. I've grown up seeing him do his thing back home with his brother Chris. They've been winning smallmouth derbies on the Elite Series and back home for a very long time now, and I don't know. I think it's Corey's time. He's been catching them real good. I know how bad he wants it after Chris and Gussie already got that blue trophy, so he's hungry and he's catching them. He's well on his way.
Always hungry, and I jokingly call him the only Canadian to never win an Elite Series event, but he would like to shed that title, and he has been so close so many times in the past. I think it's a given to say this. He's going to be in the mix when it comes to Sunday.
I can agree with you on that, Dave. Like I said, he's hungry, and he's definitely around him. You know, he hooks one. There's several with him. They're grouped up, and he's been having a good week as far as getting them in the boat as well for the most part.
Have a look at Elite Series rookie Jacob Fouts, a former Strike King College Bass champion. Already fished a classic. I coined him the paper boy back then because he was like a pimple-faced little kid that delivers papers. But man, he is growing up. He's growing out that hair and looks a little bit more rugged, but you're seeing his Ohio roots play here in this tournament. He is a smallmouth assassin. Part of the collegiate program, obviously a Strike King College bass angler. And man, Coop, when you look at the anglers that went through that program, it just seems to punt out great angler after great angler just because they get tested in big level tournaments in literally all over the country, correct?
For sure, absolutely. The amount of anglers they fish against working their way up through the collegiate program and then coming here, I think it's a great way to prepare them to compete at this level. And he's showing out this week. He's catching them, and I think he'll have a very good tournament as well. And it's anyone's game. They all seem to be on him. It's just going to come down to who can get them in the boat and who can catch those 5-pounders.
27-15, just an ounce short of 28 pounds yesterday for Jacob Fouts. And man, what a run he has had on. 2 top 10s already earlier this year. So, man, he is really coming into his own in his first season here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. But, man, rookies have been catching them. And one thing that's been missing from bass fishing for a long time is polka music. And I'm thankful for Jay Shakurik because he has brought polka music to the Bassmaster Elite Series. The crowd always looks a little confused, but I promise you, when we get to La Crosse, Wisconsin, they are going to love it. And Jay Shakurik, whose dad is a walleye pro, is proven he is a bass pro.
No big ones yet, but
to have that kind of pressure coming, does it shock you to see these rookies competing? I mean, obviously, as a guy who wants to be in next year's rookie class, you'd say no. I mean, but we never used to see this in the past, rookies really competing right off the hop.
No, for sure. It's hard for rookies to come and compete. You got a lot on your mind. It's a lifelong dream for so long, then you finally make it. And I think the biggest thing for rookies is, like, when you get here, you can easily be starstruck fishing with people you've looked up to for so long. And I think the biggest thing for the rookies who do very well, they're just calm, cool, and collective, and they just do their own thing. They go fishing, do what they know, and
got him. Yes.
Jay Shakurik
is
making a name for himself in a big way. Said to me at the beginning of the season, he said, I don't know if I qualified too soon. You know, this might have been ahead of schedule, but I got to take my shot when I get it. And he has taken his shot in a big way. Speaking of taking a shot, my guest, Bassmaster Open winner and classic qualifier, Cooper Gallant. And, man, you are sitting in second place in the overall points right now, and 4 events left to go. How bad do you want to be part of the Elite Series next year, Coop?
I would love to. It's been a dream of mine for a very long time, and it's been an awesome year so far. I've qualified for the Classic, which is a dream come true. But the ultimate goal and the ultimate dream is to fish out here with these guys. I've been looking up to most of these guys growing up, and I've been wanting to be on that stage with you, Dave, for a very long time. And again, Classic's dream come true. Can't wait to see you up there in March. But with that being said, we still got 4 events left in the Opens, and I'm looking forward to getting after the rest of the year, and hopefully I'll see you out here next year.
Hope it happens for you. Well, speaking of a dream come true, this weather has been unbelievable. It is perfect, literally perfect. You can't even feel the air because there's no humidity. But it's also perfect for fishing. And we talked about rookie Jay Shakurik catching him. We'll get out to him live right now. And how rare is what we're seeing? Just a few days in a row where it's just so fishable out there, Coop.
Yeah,
I looked up right now live.
Oh, yeah.
Jay got off to a great start at the beginning of the season, and, man, seemed like just when he started to peter off a little and some of the other rookies caught him, he showed up again in a big way, and again here today. Doing a great job showing off those sponsors on the back of his jersey, but we'd like to see the fish. Turn around, Jay. No, we didn't even see the fish. Kind of ripped off our viewers there. That's the truth about this fishery, though, Coop. Like, you can do good here. Obviously, he's leading this tournament right now, but I think also sometimes people take it for granted because you know, catch him here, weighing 18 pounds, and you're still losing. You know what I mean? You're still not making the weekend.
It's incredible. The amount of 4-pounders that live out here is wild. I mean, you see in the leaderboard, what was it, Dave? 61st was 20 pounds. 61 bags, over 20 pounds. Incredible. There's not too many places you can go in the world where you catch 20 pounds and it doesn't do you no good.
His smallest fish right now, 3 pounds, 8 ounces. So that fish was obviously smaller than that. But as you get up to that 22, I mean, it gets a little tougher to cull. But you can, I mean, with a 3.8, a 4, he's still got a long way. You know, he replaced those with 2 5s, and he's right back to where he was yesterday, basically.
Absolutely, and it can happen real quick, as you've seen, like throughout yesterday and today. They're grouped up. You catch one, you could even catch a 3-pounder. There could be a 6-pounder with it, so it can happen quick. They still got lots of time to figure them out and catch them. Don't take long to hook into 1, 2, or 3 fish over 5 pounds out here, hooked up again.
That's the smallest one I've got. A little tiny guy. Hey, buddy.
He's found the nursery.
Smallest one I've caught since I've even been here.
That would be a Lake Ontario rat right there. It's not going to help you out, but Jay Shikurik has had an incredible day, an incredible tournament, an incredible rookie season on the Bassmaster Elite Series, and he's our VMC on point. Taking a look at his day and how he took the lead. You see, started things good, 8:03 with a 5.4, and you see that 3.8 he got at 8:13. That's the one he's got to get rid of, but 2 5s in there. It's weird to even look at that and be like, he's got 2 of the right ones and still got to call 3 of those, but I realistically think he's got a pretty good shot at getting rid of both those 4s and 3. That's your VMC on point, and that'll look at Jay Shikurik's day so far. Halfway, almost officially halfway to the Century Club, and guess what? He's hooked up again. I think people underestimate how quick it can happen out here too, Coop. Like you just seen just with Jay, I know these have been smaller fish, but the amount of bites that you can get if you get in a pack of them.
Oh, for sure. You can get into wolf packs out here and catch a limit of 5+ pounders in under 10 minutes. You can roll up on one isolated boulder and catch 25 pounds. So it can happen real quick. And biggest thing about smallmouth terms is you got to stay calm, because you have to know, like, it can happen that quick. And I think that's what a lot of these guys are so good at, is just staying calm and realizing that it can literally happen in minutes, and more times than none it does happen in the last 5 minutes.
The other advantage that these anglers have here, number one, we're in Clayton, New York, so we're that much closer to the lake, so you get a little more time to fish, but also the calmer the water stays, and you're starting to get a bit of a chop out there now, but on Lake Ontario terms, it's not bad. It gives them more fishing time before they have to run back.
For sure.
Needs to cull a 3.8.
Apparently they're either 5 pounds or 3.5. Same thing.
That one's not going to cull. Not going to cull with that one, Jay Shikurik. But the good news is he is atop our leaderboard right now. Elite Series rookie Jay Shikurik leading stop number 7 of the Bassmaster Elite Series with 49 pounds, 5 ounces. Another rookie right behind him, Jacob Fouts, looking to make his 3rd top 10 cut on the Bassmaster Elite Series. I know we're a day away from that, but the way he's catching him, you got to believe he's going to be in the mix. Corey Johnson trying to chase down that elusive title that has avoided him up till now. This is the guaranteed rate Bassmaster Elite at the St. Lawrence River, and I'm predicting they're going to catch him better this afternoon.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Thank God it's Friday, and thank God we are here for the 7th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. Clayton, New York, celebrating their 150th birthday this year, and we are celebrating the bounty of giant fish that live in that body of water, the St. Lawrence River, and of course, Lake Ontario. Speaking of giant fish, the guy who's weighing the biggest smallmouth bass in Bassmaster history, a 713 just 2 years ago at this very location. Let's go out to him on the water live right now. Former Bass Nation national champion and two-time Elite Series champion Paul Mueller hooked up live.
And, I have not been able to generate the bites. It's like sight fishing for a bass that you can't catch, you know? It's like, I'd just rather assume maybe sometimes not even see him. This is a little one, but I've seen some absolute monsters. If I could just get, I need to get 3 of them to bite. This is not even that big. But we need them right now. And the one good thing is, when you hook them with that Gamakatsu split shot drop shot, you own them. Not a big one, but we got it. Man, it's been slippy. I mean, I'm seeing fish. That's the thing that's frustrating. It's not like I'm not around them. 3.5 pounder. I got a coal now. I got one small one in there. It's smaller than everything else. I just keep the water running all day long, and these fish are happier than happy can be. We're not catching them out of deep water, so you don't have to fizz them. None of that. Which is good. That's my smallest one. There. I do want to check.
Paul
to see
Mueller
what this one
doing
weighs.
some culling. But there's one way to avoid that, and that's just to catch just big ones, all big ones. Big fish, and no whammies. And that's exactly what's happening with the great Canadian snow leopard. Gussie with our Marathon Peak Performance. Have a look there. All 4-pounders. 1.5, I guess, right there. But you see, as the afternoon went on, it seemed like they got a little bigger on him. But, man, Gussie is showing out. And I think with all the, hype around the Johnsons, people forget Gussie has had a great track record on the St. Lawrence River, especially for a body of water that he hasn't spent a lot of time on, Coop.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He's a smallmouth machine, too. He's the one we definitely can't forget about. He's got lots of time today to even upgrade what he has. He's got a great bag so far, but man, he's well on his way to 25 plus if he can get 1 or 2 big more bites.
Total weight 45 pounds, 7 ounces. Today's weight 23 pounds even. Your Marathon Peak Performance is Jeff Gustafson. And Jeff Gustafson is inside our top 10. Now a 4-box. Polinick, Corey Johnston, Paul Mueller, and Kobe Krieger. As usual, Corey is flopping a fish on his deck of his boat.
Boat flipping 4s.
Definitely looks like the wind is picking up. Who does the wind help most in this situation, or what anglers?
Yeah, as far as the sight fishing goes, wind, I don't know, though. It's hard to say. Like Chris and Corey, I feel like they almost want a little bit of wind because they seem to find them no matter if there's wind or not. They got some good eyes, and I think if a little chop comes in, I don't think it'll scare Chris and Corey. I think they'll still be able to pick them off. But as far as the moving bait bite goes, I think a little bit of chop, a little bit of wind might get them chewing, but it definitely does not help the shallow bite when you're visually looking at them.
Kobe Krieger had a big day yesterday, 25 pounds. Did a lot of his damage with the jerk bait. Doesn't look like he's throwing that jerk bait now, but as this wind picks up, I mean, sunshine and wind, equals good conditions for a jerkbait bite. And it's just, you know, you're right. The Johnsons seem to be able to see the fish even when it gets rough. Brandon, the same kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
It almost gives them a bit of an advantage. I mean, it's harder to see the fish, but it's also harder for the fish to see you, so you get away with some things that you might not get away with when it's flat calm.
For sure. Yeah, those stubborn big ones, sometimes when it's flat calm, they're much harder to get to bite. They can see a lot easier, but like you said, Dave, if it gets blowing a little bit, they're not as spooky, it seems.
You found yourself battling it out with Corey last year in the Open. Where did it go wrong, Coop? Why did Corey beat you in that situation?
Oh, Corey's just good, Dave. He's so hard to beat out here, and that's why I think he's gonna win this week. I don't know. He's catching them, but I don't know. Last year, I did everything I could going into day 3 of the Bassmaster Open. I was leading, and I knew I needed 25 plus because I knew Corey was going to come in with 25. He ended up coming in with 25. I think it was 22 and a half, but yeah, it was fun though. I mean, competing against Chris and Corey out there and another Canadian kelp climps, and it was a pretty fun derby, and I was happy with the finish. I wanted to win, but
it's tough though, dude, because 3 bites, you know, that's all you need, and I've seen it. And I'm pretty stubborn, which can get you into trouble sometimes. Sometimes it helps. I mean, there is a time where it's required, but I think it's definitely hurting me today. There we go. Did you see all those boats that went through town yesterday? Quad or 5 450s? I'd like to know how much gas that burns. You might as well just be, you make a run down this lake, you might as well just be taking Benjamin Franklin's and just, I mean, because it cost, like, yesterday, it was like 160, 170 bucks, somewhere around there, from just the gas that I used. And that's just with one 250. 5 450s, full throttle. You know, you're looking at, who knows? Must be nice, right?
Yeah, must be nice.
Must be nice just to burn gas like it's Trump prices. Oh man, what a joke. We go from $1.80 to whatever it is now, $5. Where do you live? What state do you live in?
Colorado.
So what's it up, like, is it high up there too?
Yeah, it's like $5.
What a bunch of crap, huh?
looks like Corey might see one.
Paul Mueller a little disgruntled about gas prices, like most of us, but that just shows life. I mean, in a world where you can go out on any social media platform and somebody's complaining about the pros and how much money they spend on graphs and how expensive everything is, and then you look at these boats with 5 outboards on them and you're like, even as a bass fisherman, that is excessive.
Yeah.
They are reliable. The new motors, I wouldn't buy a new one. Now they put a twin turbo V6. That's what they have. They had a 5.7 V8 that was tried and true, man, bulletproof. So listen to this. I talked to one of the guys that has the new one. I'm like, what do you get for gas mileage? 11 miles to the gallon. I'm like, that's like maybe 1 or 2 miles to the gallon more than what I have in mind. And I'm like, what you're sacrificing with that engine is longevity. I don't care what brand it is. I mean, and Toyota makes really good stuff, you know, reliable. But I don't care what brand it is, dude. If it says turbo, it's not gonna last. That's just a fact. I'm gonna go far and go into them again. The Subarus were really good, you know.
Disgruntled about a lot of things, and every once in a while he gets interrupted by a 5-pounder, it turns out. How much have graphs changed this game? that forward-facing sonar, everybody kind of thinks when you get shallow it doesn't play. Do you agree, Coop?
No, it definitely plays. I mean, to be honest, I think that's why guys are catching them so good this week is because of the forward-facing sonar. I've always said in the St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, every kilometer there's 20 pounds somewhere. So with the forward-facing sonar, like if you're around them and they're off bottom, when they're on bottom, they're a little bit harder to see them. But if they're suspended off bottom a little bit, you can see them well before they can see you, which makes them 5 times easier to catch. They're not spooky. But yeah, Dave, I think that's a big play on how and why the bags are so big this week and there's so many consistent 20 sacks. It's definitely changed the game.
That and the fact that they had literally 2 days off the water. I think people underestimate just how many fish get picked off in pre-fish, especially when they're pods of fish. Like we saw with Paulnick yesterday, there's 8 or 9 there. It's easy for an angler to think, I'll pluck one just to see how big they are. And then, 30 minutes later, another angler comes in and plucks one. And, 2 days without pressure on this body of water, I just think that played into yesterday big time.
Absolutely, Dave. I 100% agree with you on that. And, the weather for them during practice was crazy. You couldn't get out there. You couldn't get on your trolling motor and go looking shallow. It just made things very hard. So, again, the whole pressure thing, even cottagers and locals, they probably weren't out during practice because of the weather. So I think the lake and the river has just had so much time to relax, and I think that's why you're seeing this many giant bass being caught this week.
Paulnick cooked up.
I don't think it's the right size, though. Spitting up a bunch of bait. Yeah, he's not very big. Not very big. He's coming in way too easy. Where are you at? Get a good look at you. Hey, little buddy. I think he gonna help.
Didn't have to spend much time wondering about that one. Not going to help Paulnick at this point, but having another good day. I'm excited about Sunday. I mean, I don't, but you look the way this tournament is shaping up, and everybody always throws the 100-pound mark around, and it's going to get broken at some point. But man, I just want to go into Sunday with a bunch of anglers within 25 pounds. Anything can happen. The weather can change. It might not do it. But, man, it is setting up for an incredible, incredible weekend. I mean, hard to believe it's only Friday. At this point, the amount of yelling I did on stage yesterday, I feel like it's like day 3 already. I mean, it's a lot deeper into this tournament. But atop the leaderboard, 2 Elite Series rookies, first and second. Jay Shikurik, Jacob Fouts, and chasing him down, Canadian Corey Johnson, trying to win his first Bassmaster Elite Series title right here close to home at the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite on the St. Lawrence River.
Hey everyone, I mean, what an incredible day. We had a little over 25 pounds and barely had enough to have a camera tomorrow. We're sitting in 6th place, barely even inside the top 10 with over 25 pounds of smallmouth. I mean, what an incredible place. Caught every single bass that I weighed today on this X-Zone Hot Shot minnow. Paired up to a #1 VMC Redline drop shot hook and a 3/8 ounce VMC tungsten, teardrop tungsten weight
I did catch some on a quarter this morning, but quarter and 3/8 ounce, those are my two go-tos. 15-pound Cigar Smackdown braid to an 8-pound Tatsu and gold label leader. I mean, Dio Exist 3000, like this setup right here, like literally this exact same one, has won me hundreds of thousands of dollars with smallmouth. In these smallmouth events, it's not judged off of your biggest fish in your bag, it's judged off of your smallest fish. My smallest one was like a 4.5, 4 3/4. Right? I mean, that's what you have to have if you're gonna have a shot to win here.
Brandon Palnick telling you, wait a second. Here comes Coop's boat. Look at that. Suck My Wake is out on the lake, ladies and gentlemen. That's just one of the many gas-burning beasts that are going to race this river. Tomorrow, a giant charity poker run going on this very body of water, which we'll do in battle with our anglers. But let's get out now. Live to our day one leader, Jacob Fouts, at 27 pounds, 15 ounces, an ounce short of 28 pounds. And what a run he's been on here. This is rookie season, his third in contention right now for his third top 10 of 2022. BFA, that is a big fish alert, Coop.
Uh-oh.
Lee Livesey with a 5.8.
That's a great big one.
Those are the ones you need here. And Lee said he was going to ruin Corey's party and just take a win here.
If I had to guess.
Coop, what's with the trend of young anglers getting disheveled, just not shaving, growing their hair long, and trying to look old? You're going to spend the rest of your life trying to look younger. Why are all, and you're in that group, young anglers, why are they all trying to look older?
I think I'm just going to start running new water now.
I don't know what that is, Dave. I never really realized that until you pointed out. You're right. All the young anglers got long hair and started to grow out the beards a little bit. I think a little bit of it's just laziness when you're on the road.
Everything real big I've seen has been up shallow, so. We'll stick with it and hopefully run into a 6-pounder somewhere along the way and catch her.
Two bucks right now with our day one leader, Jacob Fouts, and a former champion right here, Brandon Palmer.
Me and Brian, who's running the camera right now, we get to ride together. It's really the entire motivation. Just keep our streak alive. See how many days in a row we can fish together. I mean, it's got to be a record for straight. Same guys, straight. Has to be a record. 8 days? Think about that. 2 final days at Fork, 4 full days at Pickwick. Like, the odds that you get the same guy at the next tournament the first day and then all 4 days. And then again, day 1 here and day 2. I mean, that's not easy to do.
Palnick talking about his streak with the camera guy. And what that means is, I mean, you've got to stay in contention to keep the same camera person. So if Palnick falls out coming into yesterday, he had to fall out of the top. If he fell out of the top 6, he wouldn't get him again. They'll keep the camera guys and the anglers together as long as they're still in the mix. So if you fall out tomorrow, he'll have a little more breathing room. He needs to be in the top 10. If he makes the top 10, we'll have 10 cameras out there. And they'll stay together, cameraman Brian Evie. But 8 days in a row.
Wow.
And going into ICAST, there's nothing better than saying, hey, guess what? I've been on Bass Live every single occurrence that you can remember.
It's a good problem to have, that's for sure. Brandon's been having a stellar year.
Two great smallmouth anglers, obviously. Brandon Polnick and Paul Mueller, both have had great careers and made a lot of money with smallmouth. And Mueller weighed in that 713 when we were here in 2020, which is, it's just ridiculous, really. Like, when you look at the fish coming across the stage and you're seeing heavy 5s and 6s after 6s, and then you see something like that. I mean, it doesn't even look like the same species. It looks like an airbrushed carp.
I was just going to say that. They look like carp when you see them swimming through the water. I've seen a few throughout the years. I never caught that. You just look at them and you're like, that ain't even a smallmouth, but they are. They're usually the hardest ones to catch.
Speaking of smallmouth, a new New York State record. Just caught it, a little over a month ago, I guess. And the shocking thing about it, it beat an 8.4 that was caught right here in this body of water that was the previous record. It was 8 pounds, 5 ounces, and it was caught on Cayuga. Wow. I mean, does that shock you that an 8.5 came from Cayuga and not one of the Great Lakes?
It does shock me a little bit. But at the same time, that makes me think there's a 9 or 10 out here,
Has to be.
Has to be.
I mean, as vast as this, and cameras don't do it justice. If you were on the deck of his boat and just looking how vast that is, I mean, you have a very narrow scope view, but it's so big. I mean, you get out there, it's literally like an ocean, and you're like, there's so much fishable water. There has to be fish that still, even with all the pressure, there has to be fish out there that have never seen a lure.
Oh, I agree, Dave. I'm fully convinced there's schools of smallmouth chasing alewife out in the middle of nowhere in Lake Ontario, because there's lots of alewife in Lake Ontario. The salmon eat them, and I don't know. I feel like there is a lot of big ones that just swim out in the middle of nowhere in big wolf packs. I could be wrong, but there's just so much bait out there and so much water for them to cruise around in, and again, more than enough food to eat. I think there's a 9-pounder. It's got to be.
It has to be. I mean, if Cayuga can support an 8.5, there has to be a 9 here. I mean, I have no doubt that there's a double digit. I mean, you just look at the size of the playing field and how little of it gets tapped. I mean, we talk about the pressure in this body of water, and then you go to somewhere like Guntersville, and you're like, there is no pressure here.
Yeah.
I mean, Guntersville, the fish know the serial number of every single bait. I mean, you never go to Guntersville and drive across one of those bridges and don't see someone fishing. I'm not talking about tournaments. I'm talking about literally every single day. But they continue to put out fish. But this fishery is as great as it is for several reasons. But one of the major reasons is nature protects it, whether it be obviously winter, wind days, weather days where you just can't get out there. And when you see how few boats you see out there, I mean, the pressure thing, yes, there's a lot more pressure on this fishery, but it is not a tenth of the pressure that you see in some other places. And the fishing's just getting better because,
dude, he just mouthed it.
Of different changes, you know what I mean? Things that we've heard that were going to kill it. Zebra mussels came along, made it better.
I probably could have even set the hook on it, like he just had it barely. I just wanted to let him load on it just a split second more, dude. I should have. Big one, too.
He said he wanted to let it load up a little bit. Is that something? Do you react initially on the hit, or do you ever let him load up, or is it situational?
It depends what I'm throwing. Like for me, when I'm throwing moving baits, spy bait, for example, I like to see my rod load up a little bit. They're scary hooking on the spy baits, so I like to let it load up, let them eat it real good. That just all has to do with like the bite. Some days they're eating it so good you don't have to wait that split second and let your rod load up. It all depends on the bite. Some days you gotta let your rod load up a little bit before you set the hook, and some days you can you can set the hook right away. It just depends on how they're eating it, I think.
Some footage of Corey Johnson earlier today as he's rigging up a bait. And I mean, every time I look at footage like this, I'm like, how many thousands? It's got to be thousands of smallmouth bass has that dude scooped into his boat. I mean, what they've done on this body of water, and unfortunately you were a victim of it last year, but I challenge anyone out there, like, where is there another, and I know there's not a bunch of brothers, but take two anglers that work together and have had the dominance that they've had. This dominance isn't new. It's new on the Elite Series because they've only been here 4 years. But they have dominated this fishery for a decade, literally. It's
Big rock.
Unheard of.
Yeah, they're incredible. They work really well together, and it's not even just this fishery. Any smallmouth fishery you put them on, they just figure it out. They know how to locate them. They know how to catch them. They know where the big ones live. And again, you put them on any smallmouth fishery, it seems like they know how to figure them out and find the bigger ones a lot quicker than most people. It's incredible. I don't know how they do it, but they do.
Honest talk, do you sometimes hate them just a little bit?
Yeah.
I mean, I would think it's human nature, no?
Sometimes, like when he comes in on day 3 of the Open and cracks 25 pounds. No, I look up to those boys. I think it's super amazing what they're doing. Gussie, I look up to Polnick too. Polnick has been one of my favorites to watch on the Elite Series ever since I started watching it. He is so good and super fun to watch.
And Polnick, one of the early adapters of, vlogging everything. Basically, and I remember the year he started doing that. I mean, he was one of the first dudes to do it, but I remember saying, like, as a friend, you might be screwing up. Like, you got to focus. But the more chaos around him, the more he seems to do well. And, man, he is delivering again here this year. Your current leader and Progressive Bassmaster Angler of the Year points. Looking right now at Brandon Polnick and Paul Mueller. And I'm not just saying this. I'm going to throw it out here. I'm gonna go on the line. I'm going to say, look at Bass Track right now. Look at Bass Track, and you're going to see a lot of changes by weigh-in time this afternoon, just simply because two things. They're going to catch a bunch more fish this afternoon, and I also think our field is incredibly bad at judging the size of a smallmouth bass, which, Coop, it's really hard to do here because one of the things I've always done is said weigh a 3-pounder so you see how small it is because they're incredibly deceiving. But, Coop, I want to thank you for joining me. And this is your first time doing Bass Live.
Yeah.
I hope we get to have you here a lot in the future, but doing more fishing rather than talking.
Yeah, let's hope, Dave. Thanks for having me. It's been a blast chatting about the Elites this week here on the St. Lawrence. It's going to be a fun week, and I can't wait to see how it all pans out. It's going to be fun, and like you said, there's going to be some big ones caught here in the next couple hours.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch it go down. Moving day, as Tommy Sanders always calls it. You got to be inside the top 47 to keep your tournament alive. There, a look at your leaderboard at this point. Jay Shakurik atop the leaderboard. And man, look at those rookies, 1 and 2. And Corey Johnson sitting in 3rd place. That leaderboard going to continue to change. And keep your eye on old Bob Downey and Gussie right there. Remember, top 47 make it on to semifinals Saturday. These just the first 2 qualifying rounds. Got to get yourself into the weekend. Semifinals Saturday and then top 10 Fishing Championship Sunday.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Another day on the fantastic St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario, and another display of amazing, bountiful smallmouth being caught out there by these anglers, the best in the world, let loose on this incredible resource here. There is our unofficial leaderboard. Jay Shakurik on top there. The rookie, another rookie, Jacob Fouts, right behind him, and right behind those two. Definitely one of the most feared guys on this body of water, and so it's been for many, many years. Corey Johnston up there, Bob Downey in fourth, and another Canadian, Jeff Gustafson, moving up into fifth place. A steady move up the leaderboard for Gussie. Matt Robertson making a long run, doing very well today. Brandon Polinick also been with him all day long since the very first. Started his day with a big one. And as a matter of fact, why don't we start with him on our Yamaha midday report. Here's Brandon Polinick, and he got it going fast. He fired a shot across the bow, that's for sure.
Well, what a year Brandon Polinick's having. What a career Brandon Polinick has had. But this year, man, everything has just really gone right for him. That's why he's leading Angler of the Year. And it continued this morning. You know, if you're in second or third, fourth place in Angler of the Year, and you find out that Brandon Polinick started day 2 here on the St. Lawrence River with a 6-pounder on his very first stop, you'd say, wow, it's just going to be hard to make up any ground on this guy. He's so good. He's been so consistent here on the St. Lawrence River, Lake Ontario, with an Elite Series victory and course finish of 19th. I think it is, Ronnie Moore.
It's very rare that you can go to a body of water, have 25 plus pounds on one day, catch 18 the next day, and drop about 10 spots. But that's where he is unofficially on Bass Track in the teens right now. And that's just of the ones that we have registering. There are guys without marshals like Chris Johnston, John Cox without a marshal. There's going to be a lot more changes. But Brandon Polinick's put himself in a good position, Tommy, but the work is not done.
Absolutely, yeah. He's sitting at 15th spot right now with about 17 pounds and change. So, yeah, he's got plenty of time to do it for all of our anglers. Well, the ones in the first flight are due in 2 hours, but Brandon's got at least that amount of time to get his work done today.
Yeah, with that 6-pounder in his live well already this morning, he didn't continue to catch those 4 1/4s, even some 4 1/2s like he did yesterday. But 2 hours is a lot of fishing time. With the calm conditions, he's got at least an hour and a half of actual fishing time left.
What's incredible, Tommy, is this guy right here, Corey Johnston. We got to watch him and Polinick yesterday, day 1 camera selection. And Corey had mentioned he had gotten up to his 25-plus pound weight on Bass Track and had said, oh, it's going to be good. I haven't even hit a quarter of my stuff. A quarter of his spots hit and a quarter of the way to the century mark. Now he's almost at the halfway mark of 100 pounds. Can he do it? That's the question we're asking now.
Yeah, and I talked to Corey Wednesday night before the tournament started. He was really a little pessimistic, but a lot of guys are a little negative going in. They don't want to exaggerate what they think they can catch, and he honestly did not think that a 100-pound mark would be broken this week. I think a lot of guys were surprised yesterday, including Corey Johnson, on the number of fish that were brought to scales and the average size being 4 pounds and 3 ounces. That's absolutely incredible.
Tommy, the perfect storm for these anglers this week is that there hasn't and won't be a storm through the 4 days of competition.
Boy, that's
amazing conditions.
Everything's coming together. The universe is cooperating with our anglers this time around. How about the rookie, Jacob Fouts? Jacob Fouts definitely on a roll this season and taking all that momentum into this tournament and started the day as our leader.
He certainly did with 27 pounds, 15 ounces. And so that's the most smallmouth I've ever brought to the scale. Keep in mind, he grew up fishing Lake Erie. A lot of those big stringers of smallmouth that you read about and see on social media, those things come from Lake Erie. But to catch 27 pounds, 15 ounces of smallmouth anywhere, anytime, even on the St. Lawrence River, that's special.
What's impressive is what Brandon Polinick mentioned. It's not about what your biggest fish is at the St. Lawrence River. It's about how big your smallest fish is. We have seen about a dozen bags this year over 28 pounds beating his bag, but they normally have a 9 or 10 pounder in those bags. For him to have a 6.5 as his biggest fish and have 28 pounds, something we won't see on largemouth bodies of water.
Yeah, what a great start. And I've been impressed today. He had a few mishaps happen to him this morning. Lost a fish or two, hooked a fish that just by 1/4 inch was he deemed as outside the mouth, and he thought that fish was a bedding bass, so he released that fish. Would have been his biggest fish by far at the time, but he has kept things together. It's very impressive for him. Being a newcomer on the Bassmaster Elite Series, to just keep his calm, keep his cool, and stay in the top 5 here today.
Hasn't had one break 5 pounds yet today. You got to figure that's coming at some point. Last keeper coming about an hour ago. And now our leader, Jay Shakura, has been a couple of times he's been up to the top of that leaderboard today. The last trip has lasted for a good couple of hours. So Jay Shakira proving that he has what it takes with regard to smallmouth for sure to compete with this crowd.
Yeah, absolutely. Growing up, cutting his teeth on Sturgeon Bay, a lot of big smallmouth there. Everyone in the country certainly knows that. Also for him yesterday, the biggest limit of smallmouth bass, biggest limit of bass he ever brought to the scales. What a day to do it the first day on the Bassmaster Elite Series here on the St. Lawrence River. He found a good area in practice. Just this one area was his best area. Fished there yesterday till about 9:30 yesterday morning. Only had 2 small keepers in the boat. Moved out just a little bit deeper, and that's where all the fish had moved. The bait was out there a little farther, and just about an hour and a half after that, he had his 26 pounds, 13 ounces. It really kind of put it on cruise control for the afternoon yesterday.
For a guy like Jay Shakira, I feel like we're getting exposed to the younger generation, him being one of the youngest anglers on the Elite Series, him and Alex Redwine, and even Jacob Phelps in that conversation. But we're also getting exposed the last 3 or 4 years to the Midwest. It is incredible, the talent and diversity of the Wisconsin, Minnesota anglers that are fishing these events. And, you know, it's an area of the country that we don't necessarily shine a bright light on. We talk about the southern anglers, we talk about the smallmouth anglers. They get the best of both worlds. They get to fish those grassy largemouth lakes in the Midwest and those clear smallmouth places. And guys like Jay Shakira, Seth Fider, Austin Felix, I mean, they're proven talents now.
And that's a thing that grows on itself. The more they get exposure, the more Midwest young people look to them and realize that that is a pathway for them.
It's kind of like the West Coast was when they started to make the run over and whatnot.
And the Johnston brothers were Canadians. I mean, they're good smallmouth guys, but wait till they go to Florida. Well, their first trip to Florida, their first tournament on the Bassmaster Elites, both of them top 10s.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No point in laying out during that fish catch because Corey Johnston had his hand mid-rod already. You know, he was trying to boat flip that off after the hook set.
Shakira, it looks like he's got a big one on, though. Maybe we need to watch that a little closer. I saw it jump. It looked like a marlin out there.
Again.
Finally been waiting for her. Gosh, dang.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
That is a lot of the bigger fish just seem to be diggers, so to speak. They stay down and dig, dig, dig. This is a huge fish that has jumped 4 times.
The last keeper he recorded putting in the box was 5.5 pounds. So Jay Shakira is around the right ones.
Oh my God. Oh. That's a monster smallmouth. Right where you want them. God, that fish is never coming off. This place is incredible. Holy crap, that's close to 6.
Looks like a 6.
Oof. He's got a 3.5 in the live well, so that's good.
Wow.
He will hit 50 and well beyond.
Wow.
Last year, we were at 47 and change. Bernie Schultz was as our day 2 leader. So not on pace for 100, but just under that. This will definitely be at the midway point of day 2, having 50. That's we can get a little bit more weight on the extremely calm days, that'll help in case something goes wrong the next 2 days.
Jay sort that one out. We know he's due for a big upgrade there to his score. We'll have the official number, or the semi-official numbers. By that I mean unofficial numbers in a few minutes for you here. Let's get over to Paul Mueller.
And I have not been able to generate the bites. It's like sight fishing for a bass that you can't catch, you know? It's like, I'd just rather assume maybe sometimes not even see them. This is a little one, but I've seen some absolute monsters. If I could just get, I need to get 3 of them to bite. This is not even that big. But we need them right now. And the one good thing is, when you hook them with that Gamakatsu split shot drop shot, you own them. Not a big one, but we got it. Man, it's been.
Some footage earlier today at Paul Mueller.
Yeah, but he just says he hasn't been able to get the fish to bite. He can see him on his forward-facing sonar, and you take note of what he said. Sometimes you almost wish you couldn't see those fish because you have to understand it is a tool, and we've come so far with all of our tools in the sport, including the sonar and forward-facing sonar, especially here in recent years. But you've got to be around fish that you can catch, that you can trick with artificial lures. And you know, Paul hasn't had the greatest year so far, having a great tournament, this tournament for sure, but you start realizing, I think, that being around them and seeing them is great, but sometimes you have to say, wow, I just can't catch those. Let me go find some other fish that maybe you can catch. But
and the deal is, you could catch 15 fish today on the St. Lawrence River and have a great day. Fans are like, this is incredible. They don't see every fish that you see on your graph, and that's the frustrating thing is, yeah, he's catching a fish out of these suspended schools, but he's not catching them when he says that like he wants to, because there's so many down there.
Right, and you can distinguish between a 3-pounder and a 5-pounder, and that's the frustrating thing. He's been able to catch 3-pounders and a fair amount of them today, but he's dropped unofficially to 17th place because, you know, the 3-pounders are biting and the 5s are not. But as we talked about yesterday and some already this morning, things can change in 5 minutes. You know, just get 2 of those 5-pounders to bite, get rid of 2 of those 3-pounders, and you know, you go from being so-so at 18 pounds to being right there in the thick of things again with 22 pounds.
Jay Shakur's weight came in as a 5'4", that last bass. He's the biggest bag of the day, 24 1/4. Overtook Drew Benton, who had 24.2. He's got a 6-pounder and a 5-pounder. He's jumped to 7th place from 46th.
Wow.
We did cut away from Jay, the fish that Such was just talking about right now. Let's have another look at him wrapping up with that one right there. Show you the call. Very nice.
Yeah.
Rookie Jay Shakur showing off for us up here.
It's great to see young anglers. It's great to see any angler having the, you know, tournament of a lifetime.
Oh, and they're having a ball up here. I mean, this is where everyone comes to have fun, as well as get their job done. You see him moving up the leaderboard there.
His total just upgraded to 51-1.
Okay, there we go.
Wow.
Extending that lead and past the century on track mark as well. So we will see how it turns out. Plenty more fishing on the way, though. We're going to see how it all unwinds on day number 2. Very important as we get closer and closer to weigh-in time.
What's up, guys? Alex Redwine here. Just got done with day 1 at the St. Lawrence River. We had 23 pounds and 4 ounces. We're sitting in 16th place. Today was a fun day. Caught a lot of fish kind of all day long. Kind of cycled between 2 baits today. Kind of went with a black flatworm and then also a brown's back flatworm. Just kind of pitching out there and dropping on those smallmouth on the head. And hopefully the rest of this week I can continue that momentum and just keep catching fish one at a time and keep putting these flatworms to work.
Alex Redwine with our Berkeley Right Bait Right Time. Alex from Ohio, but lists St. Clair as his favorite place to fish, so he knows his way around a track like this.
Not too far from the Cincinnati region, so he's going to pop on up north. I don't know what highway that is, but we have to take you here from Arkansas to go. We have to go through Cincinnati to get there.
Making a move today up to 10th place.
Up into 10th place. Wishing him well. Yet another one of our overachieving rookies.
22 a day and you're in 10th place. 7 pounds behind, unofficially. Incredible.
We kind of like living in that world.
Yeah.
Officially 7 pounds behind and
to his buddy,
going
his
to
roommate.
Jay again.
Yeah, his roommate, Bud.
Probably because he's still catching them.
Yeah, so my afternoon's been pretty darn slow. My primary area, it was firing like the first hour, and instead of catching the 5-pounders like I wanted, I caught a lot of 3 to 4 pounders, and I did get one pretty big one there and another nice one there, and then I just pulled up to one of my secondary areas on the way back to the ramp. And, hold on. Oh, I got another big one on.
I got another big one.
Dang it.
Hold the thought. And this is live.
Absolutely. This is not.
We just wanted an update. Now he's going to interrupt it with another big one.
Yeah.
You're saying this isn't scripted like we told him to hook up with one and, hey, next time we ask you, please catch one.
Like 2 or 3 of them with it. I don't know how big this one actually is. I could have been lying, I don't know. No, I don't think it's that big, so I pulled up to here. And I had a 3.5 pounder still in the well. Oh, this is a pretty nice one. But I had like a 3.5 pounder in the well, and I called it with a 5.5 right here, which put me up somewhere near 24 pounds. And my smallest fish right now is 4 pounds, so we'll see how big this one is. But other than that, the afternoon's been slow, other than this spot I just pulled up on right now, and I've already caught 4 or 5 fish. Oh gosh. There's a giant one with it. Jeez. I don't know how big this one actually is. Oh, that's nice. It's fat. This is actually a spot I wanted to save for tomorrow on the final day, or if I make the final day, we'll see. But I just could not get the 4 pounders going on my other spot. And I had some bad execution in the morning. Oh yeah, that's a big one. There we go. It's probably a 4.5. We'll have to see.
Pretty good move to catch a 4.5 and a 5.5.
Yeah.
Gosh, you hate to even think about saving a place at this point with all the stringers that we saw, but it almost has to be on my mind right now if I'm Jay. 'Cause he's...
Yeah, but it's one of those things as a rookie, you don't want to overthink the situation. You just got to catch what you can catch, and if you show up in 12th place after day 3, that's a 12th place to your at this point, and he needs to make sure he catches as much as he can,
There's your TH Marine Weather Watch right there. High today, 82 degrees. We may be getting close to that right now. Low 62 tonight. As you can see, mostly sunny. This is tomorrow. No, this is Sunday. Yeah, 84, low of 65, and partly cloudy. And we do know that the wind direction will be sort of in opposition, turned around from what it is now, which is not the perfect, but the speed of the wind has been real manageable.
It has. It definitely has. And it's always a factor. Even when most of the anglers were fishing in the river in previous years, the wind direction and speed of the wind really affected the current in the river itself. So, I mean, we've just been blessed with winds like we don't normally have, whether most of the field is in the river or out on the lake. It's always a factor and something you have to think about, but hasn't been much of one the last 2 days, and hopefully not for the next 2.
Davey, you don't want a wind from a northeast direction when you're in the river because it goes against the current.
Stands up the waves.
But then you don't want it from the southwest if you're fishing in the lake because it's gathering the whole distance of Lake Ontario. So
Correct.
It's kind of like I guess that's why it's 50-50. We got half the people wanting one wind, half the people wanting.
But how bad does a 5 to 6 mile an hour wind go on? And that's what it's going to be from the southwest tomorrow, about 5 or 6 miles an hour, both final days.
It'll surprise you. It'll be a little
sporty.
Yeah, if you say that, but no, it'll be fine. 5 or 6 from any direction is manageable.
Yeah.
What is surprising is when it's 10 to 12, you think, well, that's fine too. It can really be bouncy at 10 to 12.
Within the average of 5 mile an hour winds all day long, there may be an hour that's 10, and it gets up and it kind of keeps those residual waves the rest of the day because they're building from the whole entire lake, which is, a great lake, obviously.
Corey Johnson, who spent a couple hours on top of the leaderboard earlier today, now finds himself about 3 pounds back.
Got him.
3.5.
It's always a sign that it's a big fish that Corey Johnson has on when he ranges his rods. Make sure everything's out of the way. You might ask yourself, well, why does he have them in the way to start with? They keep so many rods right there handy where when they see a fish, they throw one bait to it, they lay one down and pick up another one. So they're always want them really, really handy and not strapped down and in order like you would on most tournaments.
I've noticed another sign with Corey is he hooks up one, he doesn't, he knows instantly it's not, he's looking at the other fish.
Yeah.
Completely, never looks at that fish again.
Yeah.
Because then that's your best version of live sonar is your eyeballs because they come out of nowhere to follow your bass. And if you can, the one you have hooked up's connected to you. And if you can see the one swim over here, as soon as you look up, you maybe look away from it for 10 seconds and you can still know it's kind of over there.
Yeah.
That was a great point you made, Tommy, because I've noticed that too. And if you want to learn all you can, but I just watching Corey and Chris, both of them do that. When they hook up, they're like done with that fish.
Yeah, their head's on a swivel. They're completely
They're looking for others.
For the next one. They don't want to lose track of where they are.
Still can't tell how big he is. It'll help. Beautiful fish.
That phrase has been used quite a few times in 2 days. Beautiful fish. From us, from all the anglers on the water.
More look at this landing.
Like we talked about yesterday, the Johnson brothers bear down on them pretty hard, especially when they got them close to the boat. They don't spend as much time with them as a lot of the other anglers, and you know there's pros and cons with that, but you certainly can't disagree with what they do because it has certainly worked many times in the past. But another fish there for Corey that will help cull just a little bit, move him up. Maybe it's a second place.
A couple of 4s to get rid of. I don't know how much that one helped on that account.
There's a few, but those bags of ice that I was talking about earlier, they believe in that, and it helps those fish stay alive. Certainly what you want.
Been a while since we checked in with Kobe Krieger. We had a great day yesterday, 25 pounds and a half.
I was about to say, it's absolutely unreal right now. 57th and below has not quite hit Jacob Fouts' day one weight. The weights were so good, but just below that cut, I mean, it's been do or die. We obviously have a lot of people out of service for marshals, but like 27.15. Some guys are going to weigh in 10 bass less than 27.15 this week because they've struggled. And if you struggle here, you're
my dang jig all the way out here
from catching up.
All right, he's going back. Got him. Oh, I got the little one. That ain't him. There's another one there, bigger one. This ain't the one that I saw. Come here, little fella. I was watching that big one. I'm like, he got it. No, he don't. I mean, this one's bigger than that one I got, so take care of him. He's close to 2.5 pounder, probably, or so. If he minds his business, he'll be let go here directly, hopefully. Okay. Definitely bigger than that one we got on the call ring. Definitely bigger by a lot. So definitely my small one too. So hopefully if things go right, he'll be let go in 2 seconds. The bad thing is that big one was going to eat that fly, and the little dauber got it.
That one moved Kobe up a couple of spots from 19th to 17th as it stands right now.
Dang it.
Did see that bigger fish. In his defense, the smaller one did bite. I saw the great camera work.
There was some really deft camera work. A lot of people can't see that, including me. Can't see stuff like that. Beautiful shots all through these first 2 days of competition. Just beautiful water, beautiful conditions to show you everything that's happening here on the St. Lawrence River. Jay Shakurit increasing his lead. Corey Johnston having cut into it a tiny bit. Moved into second from third place. Jacob Fouts, Bob Downey, and Jeff Gustafson round out our top 5 right now Getting closer and closer to weigh-in time. An hour and 20 minutes away for our first flighters. We'll have more to come when we return.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Minn Kota, Power Pole, Skeeter Boats, and by Rapala.
Good, 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 good. Come on, come here, come here. Come on, come on. Whoa, no. Come here. Yes! It's a J. Yes!
What an impressive moment in bass fishing history there. We knew Taku Ito. We loved him his rookie year on the Elite Series, cutting that smallmouth kind of, I guess, the uncertainty, the lack of knowledge, knocking it out of the park early in his career, now making him legend status with that victory there. Wanted to bring it into the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, for a little bit of a Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing update, but also to give you some more insight on some of these newer and younger characters we've been talking about the first 2 days of this event. If you're watching and you're wondering who some of these guys are, when we look at them, these three rookies are really showing out this week. Alex Redwine just dropped down to 11th, but these three were in the top 10 just a few moments ago. Jacob Fouts, our day one leader, selected by only 1% of fantasy fishing fans in Bucket B. Bucket B is a very strong bucket, though. That is still everyone just outside the top 20 in AOI, but well within the classic cut line. Jay Shakir was also in that bucket. 2% of the folks picked him for their fantasy fishing teams. And then Alex Redwine, not the best season so far for this young rookie, the youngest on the Elite Series. 4% of the people picked him, though, in Bucket E. He was in the lowest bucket, but he is one of the smallmouth guys. And when you look at the bio of these two guys, Jay Shakir and Alex Redwine, their favorite style and their favorite way of fishing, clear water, smallmouth, and river systems. That is exactly what we have, a great mixture of it here. Now, Jacob Fouts' favorite way of fishing is offshore fishing, and that's mostly on the Tennessee River, but that is because he is a transplant to the south from Ohio and the Lake Erie region. But those are three rookies that we need to keep an eye on because they're in the mix. Maybe we will see all three on camera tomorrow, but if you didn't pick them on your fantasy team, that's a little bit more knowledge and insight about these guys. That's why they were low picked based on what bucket they're in, and make sure you set your lineup for the next event, bassmasterfantasy.com. I know I didn't pick any of these guys on my fantasy team this week, but when I did pick Jacob Fouts earlier in the year, he did very well for me. I'm saving Jay Shakir, I believe, for later in the year. Maybe the Mississippi River I have him saved for, I think. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah.
Let's make a move.
Good
Very
job,
nice running.
buddy.
Thank you so much.
Now that was
the rookie angle is important.
I'm not going to
fantasy.
accept that good job there, David, because you didn't really want to say
didn't
that
sound
I felt
sincere.
That. No, not at all.
I just wondering how we're standing here in the studio.
It's all unofficial right now.
Okay.
And I don't like to crown a king, and you can't unofficially crown a king. You have to officially do those things.
Okay. I'll be here Sunday.
Yeah.
Tommy will too. Suits will too.
We'll have to get
It's all good
that
fun. We'll all be here.
We'll
for
have
fun.
to get all that chalk dust off your hands from picking such a chalk.
It's secret
team. That's all
powder.
it is. Yes.
It's not dust.
Yeah. That's
Problem is I got him on the top of the head. He just swiped at it. It's gonna take a minute.
Interesting. We've seen Paul Mueller a good bit today, saying he was having a hard time getting these bigger fish to bite. The first time I've seen him with a bait caster in his hand, and it looks like he's got one of them. I'm curious what lure he's using.
Coming to you.
Crankbait, maybe?
Well, not yet.
He's got him maybe hooked to the top of the head, so we'll.
Could be a jerkbait on a
Could be a
suspending
jerkbait or
fish.
crankbait.
Maybe.
Don't jump, dude. Don't jump. It's a good one, too. Main thing is you don't want to horse these fish. Got little bait, little hooks, and a very, very angry bass. All right. That's
spin bait, spot bait. Looks
and
like.
There was a bunch of big ones with him. Not even the biggest of the bunch. Look at it, he had it on the top of the
No, just a
top
jerk
of the
bait.
head, so they fight a lot harder when that happens. Man, I'm throwing a hair jig at them, throwing a drop shot at them, can't get them to bite. These fish are shallow enough to throw a jerk bait. They're about 6 to 8 foot of water. I said, man, I gotta try it. Even though you lose them and you can screw up a spot, you can spook a spot. Ah, man, what a trying day. That's a 4 1/4. I'll get rid of that little one. He's got an awfully big leech. We're gonna do him a favor. He's got a nice little leech in his deal there.
He said it hooked in the top of the head, but you could see that lash treble was in the top.
Yeah, both places.
If you get a fish on a jerkbait, especially a smallmouth, with the back hook of a jerkbait, and it turns and fights left and right like it does, it's either gonna pull free, get hooked in the cheek, or get hooked in the head, because those things, when they just, with a jerkbait, they act so wild sometimes. That's why we see people hardly land them.
Had the smallest bag among our top 15.
There's a bigger one than this even. That's the problem.
Could be Krieger hooked up.
Well, I just hope this one's bigger than the one I just caught. That's all I care about. Otherwise, I wasted 10 minutes. Come here, baby. Get off the rocks. Get out of the rocks. Come on. There's a bigger one than this over there. This isn't even the big one. I don't believe. Come here. That might be that bigger one. Sorry, I don't think he weighs as much as the one I just caught. Please be at least a 3-pounder. You're long and skinny, fella. Oops, I'm sorry.
Lee Livesey with a jump from 31st to 6th right now. He's got 23 1/4 on the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
We were talking about jerkbaits, and it made me, we go to Kobe Krieger, it made me think of Champlain when he had 2 bass on the jerkbaits. Remember, and they jumped at the boat, and he couldn't get either one of them in there on the final day of Champlain, when it was neck and neck between 5 guys.
Kobe's working on getting his cull figured out there, but right now, hooked up is Brandon Polnick.
Without seeing it, this one definitely has to help him. He's never seen 19th place, 20th place at St. Lawrence River.
Yeah. As soon as he gets to that mark, he's like,
yeah,
I better catch one.
Yeah.
I got to stay above that.
Exactly.
Come here, come here, come here, come here. Oh, I touched you. Do not come off there. Oh, jeez. No. No. Swing back this way, swing back this way. Should help. He's not a giant, but he should help. 'Cause I think I got a little tiny 2-something in there. Got a nasty growth on the backside of him. Gosh, that's. I got 275. I got 2 2-pounders in there.
I don't know if he's bigger than 275. Yeah. Barely. 3-pounder. 4. He is bigger. Sorry. Sorry about that on your way out.
Listen to Brandon tell he's surprised, but I'm certainly surprised he still got, or had 2-pounders in there now, just one. But
yeah.
This point of the day is with him starting off with a 6.
Yeah.
Still think he'll not come to the scale with a 2-pounder.
Brandon, if you just picking up with us, who came into this tournament as the Progressive Angler of the Year points leader, and over the course of yesterday, good day yesterday, extended that lead.
It's like almost a half-pound upgrade, a little less than a half-pound upgrade.
And that's why, you know, the Rapala fantasy fishing is so fun or so hard, so difficult. You know, just thinking about you mentioned the Angler of the Year race, the Progressive Angler of the Year race. You would have thought that at Pickwick, the time of year we were there, John Cox would probably lose ground on Brandon Polnick. One known to be a very shallow water fisherman, the other one offshore. Cox actually made ground. And then coming here, you would think all these smallmouths, super shallow. Brandon Polnick loves to fish deep, and he's catching his fish shallow, and John Cox, he made more ground on him than he had in quite a few tournaments.
Oh, 100%.
Eat it.
Yeah, so that's the variable, Davey, we talked about. Who would have, when you pick John Cox at Pickwick, you don't know he's going to go to another lake. Yeah, he went to a different lake.
Mayfly hatch.
Yes, in June.
He said he was a little worried. Today, Davey, he's got 5 fish all going 3-0, so I don't know how accurate that is, but he is on our cut line at 47th, John Cox is right now.
Is he registering, though?
Yes.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Oh, is he?
5 fish for 3 pounds each.
Okay. Yeah,
2
he's
pounds each.
entering them himself, so I would assume.
And I mean, this is like the perfect condition for the St. Lawrence River for John Cox. All these fish, so many fish being 5 feet and less.
He told me he's going to go deeper this week to 5 or 6 foot.
Just deep enough he can still see with his eyes.
Yeah.
Look how healthy that fish is.
Still see the bottom.
Absolute
saw him out on an island fishing.
Yeah, that's why I told Zona this. I said, more than fantasy football.
Did you tell Mark or did you tell Zona?
I told Mark Zona.
He doesn't like you calling him Mark, does he?
No. That's why I kind of corrected myself. I didn't mean to say that. So I told Marky Mark that this is the hardest fantasy sport to do because there are so many variables. You can pick a guy based on his last finish or his momentum or his history on that body of water, and you could pick a guy and he could honestly.
They're still all around that thing.
He could honestly be on the winning stuff and just lose the fish or not get him to bite or whatever.
Yeah. To a giant drum or something?
I mean, you just never know.
Yeah.
Brian knew down towards the bottom of the pack yesterday, and what a strong move from behind he has made today, 21 pounds.
You could pick, he comes from behind in most of these events, so you better watch for the guys who are good on day 2. And that's the thing, you could roll up to your spot on day 1, be a late flight. You know this, Davey. You have a spot carved out, late flight. You get there, and there's somebody already there. You have to now audible your game, but day 2, you get first shot at it.
That's right.
And you can have a comeback. Davey, why don't we do a little bit of trivia because I messed up.
Trivia?
I kind of goofed up the first one, but we had to research it because I was genuinely concerned for the answer results.
Sounds good. I'm game.
But as we take a look at our Striker Daily Trivia for the afternoon session here at the St. Lawrence River, see if this is of a statistical or a species variety. Who had the Phoenix Boats Big Bass in last year's Elite Series event here? A. Bernie Schultz, B. Patrick Walters, C. Justin Atkins, or D. Taku Ito? Schultz, Walters, Atkins, Ito. Davey, you're going to be the first one up when we get back from the
Be the
commercial
first one
break.
up. I might let you go first
I
on
might
this
have
one.
Tommy answer this one first. I'm not sure. But we'll be back right after these commercial breaks with your Striker Daily Trivia answer and more fishing on Bassmaster Live.
Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Less than an hour away for sliders. Ronnie, I had to run out and put some quarters in the bargain meter. Why don't you wrap up the...
As we welcome back to Bassmaster Live Striker Daily Trivia, we're going to answer the question that I poorly delivered earlier, is who had the Phoenix Boats Big Bass in last year's Elite Series event here? A, Bernie Schultz, B, Patrick Walters, C, Justin Atkins, or D, Taku Ito. Tommy, now that you've put quarters in the machine outside so your car doesn't get towed, now that you're hearing it, who do you think your answer is?
Big Bass, I'm going to say, was Bernie Schultz.
For some reason, Davey, I'll spare you. I think I'm going to go with Patrick Walters because he did so bad on day one. I think he did so good on day two. It's because he caught a giant.
Okay, so I'll go with Justin Atkins, C.
Ronnie Moore. Patrick Walters is 6'5".
6'5".
Schultz had the 6'2" on day one, and Edu had days 3 and 4 6-0s.
I think we had
those days.
3 bigger than that yesterday, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think we had a
Walters,
6'8", a
6'12",
6'9", a
6'9".
6'12".
Mueller.
I remember Chris Johnson had a 6-something. I don't know if it was low 6 or mid 6, but
Mueller 6'9", Fouch 6'8", Loughran a 6'4".
Wow. This man, Paul Mueller, in the middle of your screen had a 7.13. What's your biggest smallmouth, Davey?
I've never caught, of course, these fish weren't nearly as big years ago, but I've caught 5.15s, 5.14s, a dozen 5.12s. I've never caught a 6-pounder.
Oh.
On the scale, I've caught a lot that I said looked like a 6-pounder.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's unofficially official right
yes. A lot of heavy 5s, but never a 6.
It's very wild to know that in 2020, he caught a 7.13 smallmouth, which was half of Rick Clunn's winning limit.
Yes.
You know, at the same body of water 2 decades prior, you know.
To me, the telling story is yesterday's last place weight was 14 when the big heavy stringer that Rick Clunn caught to win on the final day here.
Yeah.
30 years ago.
Yeah.
92, 30 years ago. How this lake has changed and this river.
Ronnie, you posed a question earlier this week about who outside the Classic Cut is going to climb in these last 3 events, and I was going to nominate Brock Mosley.
Okay.
He's been as low as 82nd in our AOY. He is now 50th with his 21st place showing today. He started this week 63rd in AOY.
Brock Mosley?
Yes, he started very poorly this season.
That's surprising. And I've been at every event, but I didn't know he was having that difficult of a
Yeah, because he jumped up and had a second at Chickamauga, and it brought back all of those second place memories to us. But other than that,
previous years.
It's amazing. This year has been so tumultuous day one and day two. From a guy who catches them doesn't catch him the next day, and it's not enough to keep him in the cut. He drops completely out of the cut, or if you didn't catch him, now you're too far behind to make up the ground. That's what we've seen a lot from these guys.
Yeah, Chickers was his only cut made this season.
Wow. That's what we often talk about, those second place finishes. You don't get many chances to win. And I remember his second place. I'm not saying he could have done anything differently. They just chips fell where they fell.
Mm-hmm.
But as an angler, if you've been out on the Elite Series very long, that it's so disappointing to finish second because you had a chance to win, obviously.
Yeah.
And those chances to win just do not come around every corner.
Yeah, and I got to interview him at his house for a feature we did with Brock. His Chickamauga one made him mad, but that was the least one that he was upset about, honestly. Like, he was mad he didn't win, but like no one caught him. Like 15 pounds on the final day at a TVA lake, like in the spring. You just never think that that's good. And he knew that he basically all the other ones he's lost, he thought he had a shot to win. He knew idling in, there's no way 12 pounds was good enough to win it, no matter what anyone did. And someone happened, he had the second biggest bag of the day and lost. You know?
And to me, that was an incredible tournament for him because he kept catching them. I thought, day 2, day 3, and day 4, you have burnt that little area, fishing shallow in that little backwater area. I think he did an amazing job to have the finish he had there, and that's probably why he's not really frustrated about that one. When you got a 5th place car and you finish second, you're happy to finish second, you know.
Yeah. How do you feel about the other one he lost to Christie, the one on the Sabine River?
I was going to say which one, because he also lost
second at St. Lawrence.
St. Clair.
Yeah.
Well, he was St. Lawrence to Van Dam, and then he was second to Christie at St. Clair. The Sabine one, I told him I was frustrated with him because I thought he gave up on Houston. I thought after taking the day 3 off from Houston and having a worse weight day, he should have gave it run on Sunday, but he stayed close, and he caught him quick and had decent weight, but Christie was able to make it happen.
That was an interesting tournament.
Yes.
Both those guys gambling.
Yeah.
Pretty big time, which made it exciting.
Kind of like the St. Lawrence, we've seen it won in different areas every year here because we see something a little bit different. We see something different at the Sabine every time. It's been won the 4 times we've been there, 4 totally different bayous and places. And so close, but no cigar for Houston. We still hadn't won one out of Houston.
Justin Atkins with the 5 1/4 up to 22.5. Jumps into 9th place from the 20s. 28th, actually.
We talk about the Jumps and Angler of the Year, Such, and you mentioned Brock Mosley, a good event this week. He started the week, would you say, in
63rd.
63rd. So he was able to jump up over a dozen spots into 50th unofficially right now. Whereas a guy like Justin Atkins had a top 10 last event. He's currently in the top 10 of this event. But because he was in the 90s in points, and it's kind of like a balance. If you're in the 65 to 80 range, you've had probably one top 20 this year and then no other cuts made. Or 2 cuts made and all the other bombs. If you're in the 90s, you haven't had a good finish at all. So a top 10 can only do you so good. But another top 10 will elevate you even more. And so now he's up to 71st in points from 90th 2 events ago.
You start making bigger moves.
If he has one more good event at Oahe, honestly, top 50 is not out of the question after the next event. Like, you can make another big jump.
Yep.
Because then Mueller's hooked up.
Yep. Paul Mueller looks like he's hooked up again on the jerkbait. Oh. It's part of the dilemma. They will escape the jerkbait.
I hate that he lost it, but it makes me feel better about my comment earlier about losing fish on jerkbait.
So it all turned out just fine,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, okay.
Unofficially.
You hate that he lost it, but you really don't. If he would have landed 2 in a row on
Such
jerkbait.
was the one fist pumping over here. I didn't fist pump.
Well, let's leave that scene, the scene of that one, and get over to Kobe Krieger.
There he is. Fucking darn biggin'. Darn biggin', baby. Stay buttoned up, please, Lord. Really? Come here. That's what I'm talking about, brother.
Big
That's
cold
what
for
lives
Cole
here.
Krieger.
That's what lives here. Great decision, Krieger. Come on back by. Say howdy to your friends. Oh, yeah. That helps. All right, I think the one I caught over there, not that one. Is that the, yeah. Let me see here. Let me balance beam some of these boys.
I love that. These quotes of the day. Great decision, Krieger.
No one's going to give you an attaboy. You give yourself an attaboy.
That's right. I agree. Heck of a call. Good decision.
I got some bad news for him. We're stuck for about another 4 to 5 minutes. The green one's big. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because this one here is what I got confused there for a second. Those two are good. Come on, baby, live. Live for me. Calling things in here. I believe it's the blue one, but I got jacked up with it. Yeah. Blue one's good. This yellow one goes. Yeah. That one's good. That one's good. Okay. I almost threw away the wrong one there.
It'll be Krieger getting things sorted out here. Whoop, there we go.
Oh, what's that music?
Yeah, that's like an alarm clock for Davey High.
It is now, that's for sure. Oh, I love the Power Pole replay of the day because it's always exciting. And I really like it when it's big fish catches. Unfortunately, sometimes we have big fish losses, but not for Brandon Polnick. He's the Angler of the Year for one reason only. Landing fish like that all year long and not losing fish. Brandon Polnick, you are the Power Pole replay today because first thing this morning, first stop, first fish, our Angler of the Year leader puts a 6-pounder in the boat. Slowed down a little bit since then for Brandon Polnick, but he's been able to make some key calls here lately.
Keep pressure on him.
Brandon Polnick, you are a Power Pole replay of the day, maybe even replay of the year with a couple more tournaments together.
That's a 6-er.
Absolutely, it's heading that way.
That's a 6-pounder.
Brandon Polnick with our big moment from early, first thing today. And we got more to come.
Whoa! Look at the size of that bass!
Live coverage of the Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Berkeley.
Almost a little painful sitting down in a part of the country where it's going to be 103 in a few days here, and it's in the upper 90s now. And look at this perfect temperatures, the hummingbird bird's eye view of this incredible geography of upstate New York as viewed through the clear waters of the Great Lakes as they stream on out the top tier estates and out into the Atlantic Ocean. Just a real treat, and man, the bass fishing is off the chain, as they used to say.
Absolutely gorgeous there. And it really just shows all the beauty of these big, expansive, flat areas and the different contours and vegetation, rocks here and there, and all the different variety that are really out on these flats.
We're getting our money's worth out of the bird's eye view this week for sure.
How about this guy? Austin Felix has been out of cell range all day. He comes in with 3 5-pounders, 24 pounds, 4 ounces, second place.
Wow.
Ho, ho.
I think we're going to have a few more of those at the weigh-in this afternoon.
Unreal. Don't do that. He ain't that big. Ah, he would help though. It's like 3 or 4 with him. Isn't that crazy? I thought a drop shot, not get bit. Where are you, fish?
I'm glad he broke out the jerkbait.
Are we still alive?
Suspended fish?
Hi, Mom.
When smallmouth are aggressive, they'll chase a drop shot down to the bottom as it goes by them. But when they're not, they're not going to follow it all the way to the bottom.
It's not even that big. It actually might not even help. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. Look bigger when he... Think so? He's not that long, though. Look at that, one hook. Dude, it's crazy how many fish are there and how many fish I've had to follow. Fat one. We'll see if he'll help. Yeah, he's got to help somewhat. It's a 4-pounder. That is a very short 4-pound bass. We need one that built like that, that's about 24 inches long. That would be nice. So this will be easy to do. It's the one with the scar on the side. These fish have been sitting in the Camus swimming pool all day. They're very happy. Just gonna make sure that's the one. I believe that was a 3 1/4. That is the one. Back she goes to grow bigger. All right. So that's the next one. That's easy. We just got to get a big one now.
Well, you're right, Paul Mueller. He's, I mean,
3/4 pound upgrade, so 20 pounds or so.
Davey, he's a hard
roughly.
worker. He was determined to catch a suspended fish, and he has worked on it and worked on the problem, and he's getting some results. He had fallen out of the top 10. He is back into the top 10 right now. There it is as it stands. There's Jay Shakir. It's still on top. Austin Felix, we just heard from Such. Just now his numbers coming in, taking him all the way up to second place. Fouts, Downey, Jeff Gustafson, Ito, and Drew Cook making a big move up the leaderboard as well. Already a winner this year at Santee Cooper.
Big bag of the day, 25 pounds, 6 ounces.
Oh my gosh, look out for Drew Cook. He knows how to win.
That means he was one of the guys under 20 yesterday with 19 and a half.
He's 67th place.
I would say about 70th place all the way up.
Oh my gosh.
To 11th place. That's
down
incredible.
in Brian New territory, they both came up from behind.
Yeah. That's, man, big things can be accomplished out here on the St. Lawrence River. We have seen evidence of that. Let's see if Paul Mueller can keep the little mini streak going here. Keep moving up the leaderboard.
There were 25 anglers before those that had no reports today, so they're starting to come in. And Felix and Drew Cook, some nice bags.
Exactly 30 minutes till weigh-in time for first flighters, so many of them are en route right now. And
look at how glacial the water looks for Jacob Fouts.
Yeah,
like how you could see the depth change, like because it's just so much shallower in places and where the drop-offs are. And
it's like he's in a different river. He's technically not, but if you've ever been there, it's almost like he is. Not only from the watercolor, but how far away he really is, as the fish would have to swim, so to speak. Not the crow flies, but a very long way from these other anglers.
And I'll honestly say where he's at, I don't think he'd be hurt by a southwest wind, but a northeast wind would be blowing in right on him. You know, when you get in around those islands, if you're on the New York or Canadian side, certain winds, you're like, they're not even present. And you round the corner and you're like, oh, it's been blowing all day. I didn't even know it. But he could get a little bit of wind, but not as much as some of these other guys.
It's picking up today, very similar to yesterday about this time.
We started seeing
getting
some bumping around.
And on Bass Track, we're over 25 bags, topping 20 pounds.
I don't think it'll be 61, but I think it'll probably be 45 to 47. Like it'll be.
Think it might go to the cut line?
Yeah, like not everyone in the cut will have 20 pounds both days, but you know, somebody below the cut will make a comeback today and
you
miss
think
out.
the cut's going to be 40, 41?
I think, I mean, 2013 was the weight, so you double that, that's 41 and a half, give or take an ounce or two. I say 42 and change.
Yeah.
I even say in change, not
And
just
so
even.
this is the scenario we talked about, that it's so disheartening. You want to leave with a smile on your face catching 20 pounds a day of smallmouth, but with no check and potentially dropping down in angler of the year points, qualifying for the Bassmaster Classic, and catch a 4-pound average over 2 days of smallmouth.
What's also interesting is normally at this time in the tournament, Tommy, you can remember it over years, that we will see someone in the top 15 that we know is weighed in largemouth, you know, specifically. You know, maybe more than their smallmouth. Maybe it's a 7-to-3 ratio, but they're catching more largemouth. I think the only one in our top 15 right now that has even weighed a largemouth would be Derek Hudnall, and he had one of them yesterday.
That's a good point.
I think Mosley had some. He's 24th. I try to keep stats of every event, and one of the stats I do is the whole 2 times, you know, double the cut weight after day 1, and if it goes up or down, you know. It went down when you double it. It went down by 1 pound and change at the St. John's. It went up by 1.25 pounds at the Harris Chain. It went up by 1 ounce after doubling it at Hartwell for the Classic. Up 1.5 pounds at Santee. Down about 0.5 pound at Chick. It went down 1/4 pound at Fork. It went up by 1 ounce at Pickwick. So we haven't really seen it go up too much more than 1.5 pounds, but that's why I think that 42 and change is very, very conceivable.
Yeah, right now it's Frank Talley and Keith Combs at 37.25 at the cut spot.
Unless you have some unusually bad, like weather conditions or something on day 1, it's just hard for it to go up more than 1/2 pound or 1 pound on day 2.
For that many
a lot of these
guys.
anglers are fishing the same water.
Yeah.
We came back to
all the low-hanging fruit is
shallow place, and they're
picked
here,
off,
and they're just as finicky as when we left them. I mean, they're giant ones swimming around, but they just won't get going on the baits. They keep coming back to that same area.
Fouts is hooked up.
Yeah. Got to be over 310 to help Jacob.
to be honest.
Gonna be close. Maybe a little.
The fluff is factoring.
Yeah.
You're seeing more and more of that, especially in calm conditions.
Much more today than yesterday.
For sure.
Bass was pretty low on his estimations yesterday on Bass Track too.
Was he?
You remember.
Came hard, and then he just petered out. Turn around, go inside right here, because there are 6 or 7 of them right there.
Talking about Brock Mosley having, not the best of years so far this year. Got a text from a friend, JT at Yamamoto, the sponsor of his, and said that he had told him he had lost more fish than he ever had in his career this year, enough to make every single cut. Had a fish hooked. That's surprising. That's a long run of bad luck there.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fish there.
That's a. When you
He's
start
only made
missing,
one. He said he's had them on to make every cut.
When you're an 85% free throw shooter and you all of a sudden shoot 62 for a year, you've done something with your shot mechanically, mentally, something at the free throw line. You got to
Totally agree.
Take a break from it or invest a lot of time and fish 10 days in a row at home to get it back in sync.
So I totally agree with you, and here's
not saying Brock's done anything
my reason
mechanically
why
wrong.
I agree. Was fortunate enough to win a couple angling years. You hook a fish and you're like, he's coming in the boat, and you land him. And when you get on those bad rolls, you hook a fish and you start saying, oh, please don't get off, oh, please don't get off, oh, please don't get off, and it gets off.
Yep.
I mean, there's something that's very real about that.
That's why you know the confidence of Corey Johnston fishing. When he hooks up with a fish, hooks up and he's not even focused on that fish because he knows he's done everything correctly up to that point.
Yeah.
And is looking,
Yep. You were hooked up again?
At the boat.
Got to figure out what we got to do tomorrow if it presents itself. I'm going to have to go back to the drawing board and see if there's a certain color or bait that works better than what I'm throwing. I just had a whole pile of them that literally were swarming it, and I missed them. And that fish is not going to help. Not even going to weigh him. What's crazy is he mangled that hook. I don't know how that's even possible. Middle hook is mangled. Nice fish. Yeah, that's the only problem is there's a lot of little ones mixed in. Any other lake, you'd be happy with, with a fish like that. Not here. I got about 20 pounds and I am disappointed so far, but we got a couple fish possibly if we could get a couple big fish, we have a real good day given the conditions. So I don't know how that fish messed up that treble hook.
It's really amazing the strength that they have in their jaws. Those smallmouth bass, they're
mean. That's
even bigger hooks than that. I've had them just like he said, man, they get leverage on them when they twist them a little bit, and they can bend the heck out of them.
The weigh-in time is looming ever closer. Let's take another look at our unofficial leaderboard as it stands right now. Jay Shakura, the rookie, on top. Austin Felix, former Rookie of the Year, in second place. Corey Johnston, man, he has been third place for so much of this tournament. It's incredible. But he spent his time at the top as well. Jacob Fouts, who started the day at the top, trying to battle back a little bit. Bob Downey, Jeff Gustafson, Paul Mueller battled his way back into the top 10. More to come when we return.
The Guaranteed Rate Bassmaster Elite at St. Lawrence River is sponsored by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, Berkeley, and by Progressive.
Jumping back in for a few minutes more fishing before weigh-in time gets here, and it's right here on Bassmaster.com at straight up 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Coming to you from Clayton, New York, in the Antique Boat Museum. That's kind of the headquarters for this tournament here. Beautiful town. 150 years of Clayton, New York. They're celebrating as well their sesquicentennial here, and that's the way it stacks up. Our unofficial leaderboard shows Jay Shakura. He's been on top for a good 3 hours plus right now. Austin Felix had been out of contact. His numbers did not come into Bass Track until the last hour, and he turns out to be in second place. A great day for Felix. Jacob Fouts, Corey Johnston, Brandon Polnick. And that's who we're going to go to right now. Brandon Polnick out there started his day about as strong as you can start at a 6-pound smallmouth. Has not seen that size since, but he's worked it. He's kept himself in it. Actually, he's started a day in 6th. He's in 5th right now.
Got something. That's a big one. That's a big one. I tricked one. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. Please stay on there. I need you so bad. Come on. Come on. Oh, it's a big one.
Wow.
Oh, it's a big one.
Beautiful fish.
Come on. We have like back current right now from a barge or something. Oh my gosh, that is a big one.
That is
I think it's a 5-er. Oh my gosh. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Stay away from that trolling motor. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Yes! Yes! Wow. Golly. We got 5 minutes left. I don't know if she's quite 5, but she's a solid 4.5. She's gonna get rid of the 290.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, remember you had that one that wasn't even 3 pounds.
Yeah. Much more of a difference.
Almost 5 on the dot.
A little over a 2-pound upgrade.
You don't
With 5 minutes to go.
Puts him over 20
6-pounder
pounds.
first thing this morning.
Blue
What's
one.
bad is he caught 2 of his biggest fish he's caught all week. But he's got him paired with 3 of his smallest fish he's caught all week.
I'm gonna have to go back to the drawing board and see if there's a certain color or bait that works better than what I'm throwing. I just had a whole pile of them that literally were swarming it, and I missed them. And that fish is not gonna help. Not even gonna weigh him. What's crazy is he mangled that hook. I don't know how that's even possible. Middle hook is mangled.
But yeah, that put Brandon over 20 pounds now for the day.
Nice
That calls
fish.
out. That 2-pound upgrade puts him over 20, keeps him in the top 10. Not sure how
Yeah, that's the
safe
only
it
problem is
'cause
there's
he's
a lot
only
of
10
little
ounces
ones
from
mixed in.
to the top 10 cut line.
Put him
Kenny
fifth and
Otherlake,
Bob
you'd be
Downey just
happy
landed a
with a fish
5.7 to
like
get
that.
to 24 and change. Jump back into
Not
fifth.
here. I got about 20 pounds and I am disappointed so far, but we got a couple fish possibly if we could.
And did y'all see what happened during the
Get
break?
a couple
when
big
Dave
fish,
Mercer
we have a
and
real
Cooper
good
Gallant
day.
were on there. Brandon Polinick was
Given
talking about
conditions,
this
so.
was the 8th straight day of competition.
I don't know how
that he
Cameron got
had
messed
Brian
up that
Evie in the
treble
boat
hook.
with him.
Yeah.
2 days in a row at Fork, 4
you did.
straight at Pickwick. The last 2 days, obviously, the St. Lawrence.
Wow, that's how.
So tomorrow, if he stays in the top 10, could be number 9.
That's sort of an insider signal of achievement right there, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's
Seems
you
like those
keep
little
your-
ones will bite too.
Keep your
You'll have the
guy,
big
you
ones follow
keep
it,
your
they're a lot
spot, you keep your
slower.
guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's an awesome
Slower to
testament.
react.
You don't know when the last time. That's always good when you don't know the last time you had like a regular marshal in your boat because you've had a cameraman in your boat. You know, like
Yeah.
that many days in a row.
Start bringing each other breakfast, what they know they like. Shane LaHue, a nice day from 70th to 25th with almost 24 pounds today. A couple 3 5-pounders in his live well.
Dude, they're still looking at it.
They'll bite it again. There you go. It has been on ever since he picked up that bait caster and that jerkbait, hasn't
Oh
it?
yeah, it's
Oh no, don't do that. No, don't do that. He's not, I don't think he's gonna help that much, but I wanna find out. It's the old fish story. They're always bigger when they get away. Could be a 6-pounder by the time I get back to weighing. It's probably a 4. It probably helped me about a half pound. There was 5 of them. I was watching 5 of them on the live scope. And I didn't think this one was gonna hit because he hit right at the boat. Curious George. That's why you gotta love smallmouth, man. It's a love-hate relationship, though. They can be stubborn, man. These fish are so stubborn today. I think it's like an afternoon deal where they pick up a little bit. It always is on this lake. It seems like the morning and afternoon. Like most lakes, I guess. Boy, that's a lot of fun. Uh-oh, here we go. The poker run. Yeah, what a chunk. What a chunk. He's not that, you know, these fish are just built, some of them are just built different. He had it too. I think I almost called out every single fish with the jerkbait. Who would have figured? Almost. I think we weighed 2 on the drop shot. You ready for this? 4.5 pounds.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
It doesn't even, I mean, I can't even imagine what lives here, dude. It's just unbelievable. That is that 3.5, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
Just double check. That was a pound upgrade. Yes, sir. That's a healthy one, too. He's just not as long. See ya. He was ready to go back.
He bumps Brandon Polinick down to 7.
Wow. All right, starboard. We're going to pump that out.
10 cameras tomorrow, though. Brian and Brandon.
What's that get me,
Good chance
21?
of being together.
Ish.
That's what's crazy.
Taquito
He's
as
got
well.
he's
He
got
jumped up from 27th to 9th just now.
Who?
With a 410. Taku, 23 pounds today.
One thing yesterday at weigh-in, Shane LaHue, who's made great finishes here up shallow especially, came in with 18.5 pounds, and when he handed the bag to Lisa, he looked at Dave and said, sorry. And Dave's like, for what? And said, oh, 18 pounds, you're well going to be below the cut. But he has made a huge comeback today with 23-13. Yes. He's in the top 25 now.
Oh, my gosh. Good going.
And honestly, starting out the year, LeHue with a 74th, a 48th, a 50th, even a 36th and a 65th. He really hadn't had, he had 0 finishes above 36th until these last 2 events where he had a 4th and a 32nd in Texas and in Alabama. So if he has another top 25 here, he'll be right back in that classic swing with these couple good finishes.
Such a nice guy. I've gotten to know him. I didn't know him until he made the elites, and now that I'm at a lot of those tournaments around him, super nice.
Is he?
Young man, yes.
It's like Clifford Perch had to go in early. He's weighed in on the leaderboard already. 18 pounds, 2 ounces.
Oh, wow. Surprising for him yesterday.
14 pounds, 15 pounds.
Yeah, being down.
It was.
Where he was. 14-14.
If you are in the first flight, you are checking in or checked in at this point right now, or running furiously to get to the check-in, because the weigh-in is on the way. Going to start at straight up 3 o'clock right here on Bassmaster.com, 3 o'clock Eastern time in the Antique Boat Museum. Right there in Clayton, New York. The Yeti hot seat will be fired up, so warm, maybe for guys like Jacob Fouts. Dave Mercer will be in charge and start again at 3 o'clock.
Brandon Lester as well.
Well, now
he was right there,
That's the thing
below
about
the
it. You
cut
just
line.
don't know. You just
hard to stay on that hot seat for a long time.
Well, it's a couple hot seats today. You've got the guys who are risking getting cut, and guys at the top of the leaderboard.
Another day of great fishing here. We have enjoyed it so much being with you. And don't forget, tomorrow we're going to come your way starting at 8 o'clock Eastern time on FS1. We'll bring you 5 hours of coverage on FS1. It'll be a big day tomorrow.
Another great forecast for tomorrow. The weather should be a lot of great catches again. Maybe start off with another 6-pounder tomorrow morning.
Did you say, Tommy?
Yeah, what?
8 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern time? Is that what you said on Fox?
Yeah.
8 to 1?
Yeah, how about that?
That's incredible.
That's 5
Lock
hours.
it in.
It'll be a big sports weekend here in the Empire State, centered around the incredible St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. The best anglers in the world going at it on semifinal Sunday. See you at 8 in the morning.
That's a good trade. We'll let that one go.
Thanks.